Greetings, weary travellers of the day. Welcome to the sanctuary of Get Cozy Sleep. You have walked a long road today. You have carried burdens that were perhaps too heavy for your shoulders, and you have run races that seem to have no finish line. But here, the noise of the traffic fades into the gentle hum of the wind. Here, the demands of the clock dissolve into the timeless rhythm of a heartbeat. There is nothing you need to achieve in this space. There is no one you need to impress. You only need to be. If your heart has ever felt the pressure of needing to be perfect in a world that is messy, if you have ever worked in the shadows, hoping that your silent labour would one day speak for you, and if you find peace in the tactile comfort of soft wool, the smell of warm beeswax, and the quiet dignity of a small lamp burning against the darkness, then this story is your refuge tonight. So, let the tension in your jaw loosen. Unclench your hands. Let the weight of the blanket become a shield against the worries of tomorrow. Close your eyes. Let the walls of your sururu melt away like mist in the morning sun. We are travelling back 2,000 years to the ancient city of Damascus. The air here is crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and dry earth. The streets are silent, save for the rhythmic sound from a single small window. Breathe in the ancient peace. Exhale the modern chaos. The crimson thread. The sound was the heartbeat of the house. Thwack, hiss, click, thwack, hiss, click. It was a rhythm older than the stones of Damascus, a language spoken not by tongues, but by fingers and wood. In the corner of the modest clay brick room, Lydia sat before her vertical loom, her silhouette dancing on the wall like a restless spirit. The single olive oil lamp perched on a niche in the wall cast a warm, golden pool of light that barely reached the corners of the room. It was late, past the hour when the street merchants had packed away their spices, past the hour when the Roman guards changed their watch, even past the hour when the stray dogs ceased their barking at the moon. But Lydia could not sleep. Sleep was a luxury for those who did not owe a debt to the world. She reached for the shuttle, the wooden boat-shaped tool that carried the weft thread. Her fingers, though calloused and stained with the faint blue of indigo, moved with a grace that bordered on the divine. She passed the shuttle through the shed, the opening between the vertical warp threads, and then pulled the heavy babe beater down. Thwack. The sound was solid, final. It was the sound of order being imposed on chaos. With every beat, a loose, shapeless string became part of something stronger, something whole. She was weaving a carpet. Not a simple mat for a common floor, but a masterpiece intended for the stone halls of a palace. The base was made of cream-coloured wool, unblemished and pure, sourced from the finest flocks in the high pastures of Golan. It felt like spun clouds under her fingertips. But working with such purity was terrifying. A single speck of dust, a single drop of sweat, or a moment of carelessness could ruin the pristine expanse. Lydia paused for a moment, rolling her shoulders to relieve the dull ache that had settled between her shoulder blades. It was a familiar pain, an old friend that visited her every night. She rubbed her eyes, which felt gritty and dry. The smoke from the lamp was thin, but in the closed room, it clung to the air. She looked at the empty wooden stool across the room. It was just a simple piece of furniture, three-legged and rough-hewn, but to Lydia, it was a gaping wound in the room's geography. That was where Ellis used to sit. In the evenings, while she wove, he would mend his nets or whittle small toys for the neighbours' children. He wouldn't say much. Ellis was a man of few words. But his presence was a tangible weight, a grounding force that kept Lydia's anxious mind from floating away. He would hum a low, tuneless melody, a sound that vibrated in his chest and seemed to make the very air of the house warmer. Now, the silence was absolute. It pressed against her ears, heavy and thick. Elias had been gone for 40 days. 40 days since the debt collectors had come with their heavy boots and their scrolls of numbers. 40 days since the door had closed behind him, leaving a draft that no fire could warm. Lydia gripped the wooden frame of the loom until her knuckles turned white. She did not cry. Tears were a waste of water, and they blurred the vision. She needed her eyes. She needed her hands. She needed to finish this carpet. It was the only currency she had left, the only key that could unlock the iron gates of the debtor's prison. "Focus, Lydia," she whispered to herself. Her voice sounded strange in the quiet room, raspy and unused. She picked up the comb, a heavy iron tool with teeth that glinted in the lamplight. She began to pack the threads down, striking them with a rhythm that matched her breathing. Beat, breathe, beat, breathe. The pattern she was creating was subtle, a textured weave of sumac knots that raised the surface slightly, giving the cream wool the appearance of ripples on a sand dune. It required immense concentration. If she missed a single warp thread, the pattern would break. The flaw would be visible to any trained eye, and certainly to the critical eyes of the governor's household. Perfection. That was the requirement. There was no room for error in the world of the poor. The rich could afford mistakes. They could buy new materials, hire new workers, or simply discard the flawed object. But for Lydia, this carpet was a bridge over an abyss. One slip, and she would fall. The wind outside picked up, whistling through the cracks in the wooden shutters. It brought with it the chill of the desert night, a cold that seeped into the clay walls and settled in the marrow of her bones. Lydia pulled her shawl tighter around her shoulders. It was a thin thing, woven from scraps of old yarn, a patchwork of greys and browns that contrasted sharply with the luxurious cream wool on the loom. She looked down at her hands. They were trembling slightly. Not from cold, but from a deeper tremor, the vibration of fear held tightly in check. "Just 3 more rows," she negotiated with her own body. "Just 3 more rows, and then I will rest." She knew she was lying. After 3 rows, she would do 3 more, and then 3 more, until the oil in the lamp ran dry or her eyes refused to stay open. She reached for the shuttle again. The smooth wood felt warm from her touch, polished by thousands of passages through the threads. It was an extension of her will, back and forth, left to right to left. The shuttle flew like a bird trapped in a cage, weaving its own confinement. In the corner of the room, on a low shelf, sat the jars of dye she would need for the central medallion, the heart of the carpet. There was the jar of indigo, dark as the midnight sky. There was the jar of saffron yellow, bright as the morning sun. And there, sealed with a heavy cork, was the jar of madder root, a deep, rich crimson. It sat there in the shadows waiting. Lydia glanced at the jars, then quickly looked back to her work. She wasn't ready for the colours yet. Not tonight. Tonight was for the white. Tonight was for the purity of the background. Tonight was for the discipline of the blank page. Thwack, hiss, click. The rhythm resumed. The city of Damascus slept under the watchful stars, indifferent to the struggles of its people. But in this small room, under the flickering light of a dying flame, a woman fought a battle with nothing but a wooden comb and a thread of wool. She was weaving for her life. She was weaving for love, and she was weaving against the encroaching dark. The morning sun did not burst into the room. It seeped in, shy and pale, filtering through the cracks in the wooden shutters like liquid silver. Lydia woke with a gasp, her neck stiff, her cheek pressed against the rough wood of the loom's frame. She had not meant to sleep there. She had intended to rest her eyes for a moment, just long enough to clear the fog of exhaustion, but the rhythm of the night had lulled her into a heavy, dreamless slumber. She sat up, wincing as her spine protested the unnatural angle. The air in the room had changed. The chill of the night had retreated, replaced by the crisp, expectant stillness of dawn. The oil lamp had burned itself out hours ago, leaving a thin trail of soot on the clay wall, a black smudge against the ochre earth. Lydia stood and stretched, her joints popping in the silence. She moved to the window and unlatched the shutter. As it swung open, the light of Damascus flooded in, not the harsh, blinding glare of noon, but the soft, forgiving light of the early hour. The room was revealed in all its humble clutter. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like a chaotic storage space. But to Lydia, it was a sanctuary of alchemy. This was where the magic happened. This was where the raw, chaotic gifts of nature were tamed and transformed into order. The smell of the room was the smell of her life. It was a complex perfume, layered like the strata of the earth. There was the heavy, lanolin scent of raw fleece, musky and animalistic, reminding her of the sheep grazing on the distant hills of Bashan. Beneath that was the sharp, metallic tang of alum, the mordant she used to bind the colour to the fibre. And deeper still, the sweet, earthy aroma of dried roots and crushed flower petals. Lydia walked over to the corner where her work table stood. It was a slab of olive wood, polished smooth by years of friction. On it lay the materials for the next phase of the carpet, the colours. The cream background was nearly half finished. Soon, she would need to weave the central medallion, the intricate heart of the design. And for that, she needed the red. She picked up a handful of dried roots from a burlap sack. They were gnarled and brittle, the colour of dried blood and rust. Rubia tinctorum, madder root. To a commoner, they looked like dead twigs, fit only for the fire. But Lydia knew the secret hidden inside their twisted skins. She knew that if you treated them with patience, if you crushed them and coaxed them with heat and water, they would release a red so deep and vibrant it seemed to pulse with its own life. It was not the angry red of war, nor the gaudy red of a harlot's veil. It was the red of the earth, the red of clay, the red of a beating heart. She began the ritual of preparation. Pouring the roots into a heavy stone mortar, she took up the pestle. The grinding was slow work. Crunch, grind, crunch, grind. The sound was different from the loom. It was more primitive, more aggressive. Dust motes danced in the shaft of sunlight, turning the air into a haze of copper powder. The smell of the pulverized root rose up, dry, woody, and slightly sweet. It reminded her of Elias. He had gathered these roots for her. It was one of the last things he had done before. Before the men came, she remembered the day clearly. He had returned from the fields, his tunic stained with soil, holding the bundle of roots triumphantly like a bouquet of flowers. For the masterpiece, he had said, his smile crinkling the corners of his eyes, the colour of endurance. Lydia's hand faltered on the pestle. A pang of longing, sharp as a needle, pierced her chest. She closed her eyes and inhaled the dust, trying to find the ghost of his scent within the smell of the roots. But there was only the dry earth. She shook her head, forcing the memory back into the locked chest of her mind. There was no time for nostalgia. Nostalgia did not pay debts. She poured the ground powder into a copper vat filled with water. She carried the vat to the small hearth in the courtyard outside the room. The fire was already crackling. She had banked the coals the night before, a habit of efficiency born of poverty. She placed the vat over the flames and watched as the water began to warm. Dyeing was not merely a craft, it was a conversation with the elements. You could not rush the water. You could not force the root to release its soul before it was ready. If the water was too hot, the colour would turn brown and dull. If it was too cool, the colour would be weak and fleeting. It required a vigilance that bordered on prayer. While the madder bath simmered, Lydia turned her attention to the skeins of wool hanging from the rafters. She selected the finest spun yarn, checking each strand for strength. She ran the wool through her fingers, feeling for knots or slubs. It had to be smooth. It had to be perfect. She dipped a test strand into the warming vat. The water was turning a murky, reddish-brown soup. It looked unpromising, but Lydia trusted the process. She knew that beauty often wore a disguise of ugliness in the beginning. Nearby, a second vat sat covered with a heavy wooden lid. This was the indigo vat. It was a temperamental beast, a living fermentation that required daily feeding and stirring. The smell leaking from it was pungent, almost rotting. quite unlike the pleasant earthiness of the madder. Lydia lifted the lid. The surface of the liquid was covered in a coppery, metallic scum. Below it, the liquid was a strange yellowish green. She took a skein of white wool and submerged it into the green sludge. She held it there, counting the beats of her heart, letting the dye penetrate the fibres. Then, she pulled it out. The wool emerged yellow-green, looking sickly and wrong. But then, the miracle happened. As the air touched the wet wool, the oxidation began. Before her eyes, the yellow deepened. It turned to turquoise, then to teal, and finally, as if by divine command, it settled into a rich, profound blue. The blue of the twilight sky, the blue of the deep sea. Lydia watched this transformation as she had 1,000 times before, yet it never failed to catch her breath. It was a visible reminder that things could change in an instant. That which looked sickly could become royal. That which was hidden could be revealed. She hung the dripping blue skein on the line to dry in the shade. Her hands were stained now. Her fingertips were etched with blue lines, her palms dusted with red powder. She looked at her hands. They were not the soft white hands of the noble women she saw in the marketplace. Hands that held nothing heavier than a silk fan or a silver goblet. Lydia's hands were a map of her labour. The skin was rough, the nails short and broken. There was a small cut on her thumb from a sharp reed, and a burn mark on her wrist from the side of the cauldron. For a moment, shame flickered. How would these hands look presenting a gift to the governor? Would he look at the carpet, or would he look at the stained peasant fingers that held it? But then, she clenched her fist. These hands were strong. These hands knew how to coax colour from a stone and cloth from a sheep. These hands were fighting for her husband's life. "Let them be stained," she whispered to the morning air. "Let them be the evidence." She returned to the madder vat. The steam was rising now, curling into the air like red smoke as the smell had deepened, becoming rich and intense. The colour was ready. She lowered the next batch of wool into the red bath. The water swallowed the white yarn, wrapping it in a crimson embrace. This was the wool that would form the centre of the design. This was the wool that would eventually be the source of her greatest mistake, and her greatest salvation. But she did not know that yet. All she knew was that the colour was perfect. It was deep, consistent, and fast. It was a red that would not fade, even if left in the desert sun for 100 years. Lydia wiped her hands on her apron and sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. The sun was fully up now, casting long shadows across the dust. She allowed herself a moment of stillness, watching the steam rise, listening to the distant sounds of the city waking up, the braying of a donkey, the shout of a water carrier, the rattle of a cart. The world was moving on. But in her small courtyard, time seemed to pool and eddy. She had the materials. She had the skill. She had the will. She stood up, her resolve hardening like the clay under her feet. "Today," she said, her voice steady. "Today, we weave the heart." The sun had climbed to its zenith, turning the sky into a sheet of hammered brass. The heat in Damascus was a physical weight. It pressed down on the flat roofs, silenced the stray dogs, and turned the dust of the streets into a choking powder. Inside the room, the air was still and stifling. Lydia had returned to the loom. The rhythm was slower now, heavier, as if the heat had thickened the very space between the threads. Thwack, hiss, click. She was working on the border now, weaving a complex geometric pattern of vines and pomegranates. It was a motif of prosperity, a cruel irony that was not lost on her. She was weaving symbols of abundance while her own stomach rumbled with the hollow ache of hunger. Suddenly, the light in the room died. It wasn't a cloud passing over the sun. It was a blockage in the doorway. Lydia's hands froze mid-flight. The shuttle clattered softly against the warp threads. She did not turn around immediately. She knew that shadow. She had felt it loom over her dreams for 40 nights. The heat is unforgiving today, is it not, Lydia? The voice was smooth, oily, like butter left out in the sun too long. It belonged to Simon, the steward of the merchant guild, the man who held the ledger of her life. Lydia turned slowly, rising from her stool with as much dignity as her stiff limbs would allow. She wiped her hands on her apron, a subconscious gesture to clean them of toil before facing the man who owned it. "Peace be with you, Simon," she said. Her voice was steady, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. Simon stepped into the room. He was a small man, but he carried himself with the inflated importance of someone who wields power by proxy. He wore a tunic of fine linen, dyed a garish purple that spoke of money but not taste. His sandals were new leather, creaking softly as he walked. He smelled of rose oil and stale sweat. He did not look at her. His eyes went immediately to the loom. "Still unfinished," he tutted, clicking his tongue against his teeth. It was a sound of disappointment, practiced and theatrical. "The days are slipping away like sand through a sieve, Lydia, and the debt remains as solid as a rock." "It progresses," Lydia said, stepping between him and the loom, a protective instinct flaring up. "The quality requires time. You know this." Simon stepped around her, his eyes narrowing as he inspected the weave. He reached out a hand, soft, uncalloused hand adorned with a silver ring, and touched the cream wool. Lydia suppressed a shudder. She wanted to scream at him to take his hand away, to not defile the purity of the work with his greed. But she stood still, her jaw clenched tight. "It is competent," Simon sneered, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of calculation. He knew the value of what he was seeing. He knew that in the market of Tyre or Sidon, this carpet would fetch a price that could buy a small vineyard. But competence does not buy freedom. He turned to face her, his face obscured by the shadows, but his eyes glinting. "I bring news from the citadel," he said softly. Lydia's breath caught. "Elias?" "He lives," Simon said, examining his fingernails. "For now. But the stonehold is not kind to men of his constitution. The dampness, the vermin, the lack of light." He coughs. "Lydia," a deep, rattling cough. "The guards tell me he speaks your name in his fever." The words hit her like physical blows. Lydia felt the blood drain from her face. She gripped the frame of the loom for support. The image of Elias, strong, gentle Elias, wasting away in the dark, was a torture designed to break her spirit. "Why do you tell me this?" she whispered. "To offer you mercy." Simon smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. "I'm a practical man. I see a woman struggling. I see a debt that grows like a weed. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement." He gestured to the unfinished carpet. "Give it to me now, as it is." Lydia stared at him. "It is not finished. The centre is empty. It has no heart." "I have weavers in my employ who can finish it," Simon shrugged. "Cheap labour from the hill country. They can fill the centre with a simple pattern. It will sell, not for a fortune, but for enough." "Enough for what?" "Enough to pay the interest on your debt," Simon said. "And perhaps buy Elias another month of life. I will take the carpet, and I will mark the interest as paid for this season." Lydia looked at the carpet. The cream field was exquisite. The border was a masterpiece. To hand it over to Simon, to let clumsy, unloving hands fill the centre with crude work, to let it be sold for a pittance just to pay the interest, it would be a sin. It would be an erasure of everything she and Elias had worked for. It would mean they would never be free. It would just prolong the slavery. The governor's tribute was different. If she could finish it, if she could present it to the Roman governor himself on the day of tribute, the payment would be substantial. It would be enough to clear the principal. It would bring Ellis home. "No," Lydia said. The word was soft, but it fell into the room like a stone dropping into a well. Simon's smile vanished. The air in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. "No," he repeated, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "You refuse charity. You choose to gamble with your husband's life." "I choose to finish my work," Lydia said, drawing herself up to her full height. She was a head shorter than him, but in that moment, she seemed to tower. The agreement was for the full debt to be paid on the day of tribute. I have 6 days remaining. You will have your money, Simon. All of it, or you will have nothing. Simon stared at her for a long moment. He saw the fire in her eyes, a desperation that had hardened into steel. He realized he could not bully her today. He adjusted his robe, regaining his composure. 6 days. He spat the words out. Very well, but know this, Weaver, if that sun sets on the 6th day and my palm is empty, I will not just sell Elias to the galleys. I will sell this house. I will sell this loom. And I will see you begging at the city gates. He turned and marched out, his sandals slapping angrily against the stone threshold. Lydia stood motionless until the sound of his footsteps faded into the noise of the street. Then, and only then, did she allow her knees to buckle. She sank onto the floor, pulling her knees to her chest. The room was silent again, but the silence had changed. It was no longer the peaceful silence of concentration. It was the silence of a ticking clock. 6 days! She looked up at the loom. The unfinished centre stared back at her, a gaping void waiting to be filled. The heart of the carpet. She had to weave faster. She had to weave better than she had ever woven in her life. She had to pour her very soul into that empty space. She pulled herself up. Her hands were shaking, but she forced them to steady. She reached for the jar of red wool, the crimson thread she had dyed that morning. For Elias, she whispered. She sat down at the bench. She did not rest. She did not eat. Thwack, hiss, click. The rhythm began again, but now it was a race. A race against the sun, against the debt, and against the shadow that waited at the door. The threat of Simon hung in the air long after his footsteps had faded, heavy and suffocating like smoke. Lydia's hands flew across the loom, driven by a frantic energy, but her mind was beginning to fracture. The repetitive motion, usually a balm, was now a jagged reminder of the ticking clock. Thwack, hiss, click. 6 days. Her fingers cramped. A sharp spasm shot up her wrist, forcing her to drop the shuttle. It clattered to the floor, breaking the rhythm. Lydia gasped, clutching her hand to her chest. She squeezed her eyes shut, fighting back the panic. If her hands failed, everything failed. Breathe, she commanded herself. Just breathe. She needed an anchor. She needed to remember why she was doing this. Beyond the fear. Fear was a powerful whip, but it was a poor fuel. It burned hot and fast, leaving ash behind. She needed something that burned slower, something that could sustain her through the long night. She reached into the pocket of her apron and pulled out a small, folded piece of linen. Inside, dried and brittle with age, was a sprig of lavender. She crushed a single bud between her thumb and forefinger and raised it to her nose. The scent was faint, a dusty echo of what it had once been. But it was enough. The olfactory nerve, that ancient bridge to memory, sparked instantly. The smell of the dry, sweet herb bypassed her logic, bypassed her fear, and unlocked a door in the back of her mind. The dark walls of the Damascus room dissolved. The oppressive heat of the city evaporated. She was 20 again. The ground beneath her was not cold clay, but the warm, living earth of the Galilean hills. The air was not stagnant. It was alive, moving in great, rushing currents that smelled of wild thyme, sun-baked rock, and the overwhelming drowsy sweetness of lavender. They were high up, where the world seemed to drop away into a haze of blue and gold. The Sea of Galilee was a shimmering mirror far below, reflecting the vastness of the sky. "Lydia, look!" The voice was clear, resonant and full of laughter. It was Elias. Not the Elias of the shadows, not the coughing ghost in a cell, but Elias in the prime of his youth. His skin was bronzed by the sun, his hair thick and dark, tossed by the wind. He was running up the slope ahead of her, his tunic flapping like a sail. "Wait!" she laughed, breathless, her legs brushing through the tall, purple-headed stalks of the lavender. "My legs are not as long as yours." He stopped at the crest of the hill and turned. The way he looked at her then, it was as if he'd just discovered a new continent. There was no worry in his brow, no lines of debt etched around his mouth. There was only the sun and her. He reached out a hand to pull her up the last few feet. His grip was firm, his palm rough and warm. "Sit," he said, dropping onto the grass. "The sheep are settled. We have the world to ourselves." They sat side by side, their shoulders touching. In front of them, the field of lavender rippled in the wind like a violet sea. The sound of the wind was a constant shh, a lullaby sung by the earth itself. Elias reached into his satchel and pulled out a loaf of barley bread and a wedge of goat cheese wrapped in vine leaves. It was simple food, the food of peasants, but up here, under the canopy of heaven, it felt like a feast. He broke the bread, a sound of crust cracking that was more satisfying than any coin hitting a table, and handed her a piece. "Do you ever wonder," Elias asked, just chewing thoughtfully, "what the kings in their palaces are doing right now?" Lydia bit into the bread. It tasted of nut and honey. "I imagine they are worrying about their crowns, wondering who wants to steal them." Elias chuckled. He lay back, crossing his arms behind his head, staring up at the clouds drifting lazily across the azure sky. "Then we are richer than them, Lydia. I have no crown to steal. I have only this bread, this hill, and..." He turned his head to look at her, his eyes crinkling. "And the best weaver in the north," Lydia blushed, swatting his arm lightly. "I am not the best. My edges are still uneven. Your edges are honest," Elias said softly. He sat up and reached for a stalk of lavender. His large, clumsy fingers that wrestled stubborn rams and mended stone walls, moved with surprising tenderness. He began to braid the stems together. "Honesty is better than perfection," he said, twisting the purple flowers. "A perfect thing is cold. It has no story. But a thing made with love, it has a heartbeat." He finished his work and held it up. It was a crude little ring woven from the lavender stems. He took her hand, his touch sending a jolt of warmth through her arm, and slid the fragrant ring onto her finger. "One day," he promised, his voice dropping to a whisper that the wind carried away, "I will buy you a ring of silver. I will build you a house with a window that looks out towards these hills. And you will weave only for joy, never for bread." Lydia looked at the ring of withered flowers on her finger. It was fragile, impermanent, destined to dry and crumble. But in that moment, it felt heavier and more precious than gold. "I do not need silver," she said, and she meant it. "I only need this." "You will have both," Elias said fiercely. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. The smell of him was sweat and wool and open air, the scent of safety. The sun began to dip lower, turning the lavender field into a blaze of deep purple and fire orange. The cicadas began their evening chorus. The world was vast, and they were small, but they were together, and that was enough to fill the horizon. Click. The sound of the shuttle hitting the floor echoed in the small room. The hills vanished. The wind died. The scent of lavender faded back into the smell of lamp oil and anxiety. Lydia was back in Damascus. She was 30 years old. Her back ached, her stomach was empty, and the ring of flowers had long since turned to dust. She looked down at her hand. There was no silver ring there, only the callus on her finger from the needle, and the stain of the indigo. Elias had kept his promise about the house, though it was small and rented. He had tried to keep his promise about the silver, but the world had been too hard, the seasons too cruel, and now he was paying the price for those broken dreams. "He wanted to give me the world," she whispered to the silence, "and the world took him instead." But the memory had done its work. The panic in her chest had subsided, replaced by a deep, aching melancholy that was somehow easier to bear. She remembered the strength of his hand. She remembered his voice saying, "Honesty is better than perfection." She picked up the shuttle from the floor. She dusted it off. She looked at the unfinished carpet. Simon wanted her to give it up. He wanted her to accept a cheap finish, a competent work. But Elias believed in the heartbeat of things. If she was going to save him, she would not do it with a half measure. She would not offer a competent ransom for a soul as noble as his. She placed the dried sprig of lavender on the ledge of the loom, right where her eyes could rest on it. It was a talisman, a piece of the high hills in this valley of shadows. "I will weave for joy," she murmured, a tear finally escaping and tracking through the dust on her cheek. "I will weave the joy we had so that we might have it again." She took a breath. It was shaky, but deep. She wiped her eyes. She reached for the red wool, the colour of the madder root, the colour of the sunset over the lavender fields. She began to weave again. Thwack, hiss, click. The rhythm was no longer frantic. It was steady. It was the march of a soldier returning home. The memory of the lavender fields faded, retreating like the tide, leaving the hard, dry shore of reality exposed once more. The room was dark now, save for the single pool of light around the loom. Lydia's stomach gave a low, rumbling growl, a protest that she had ignored for hours. The body, unlike the spirit, could not feed on memories. It demanded fuel. She secured the shuttle and stood up. Her knees popped, a sharp sound in the quiet room. She walked to the corner where the small larder stood. It was a simple wooden chest, its hinges rusted from the damp winters. She opened it. The sight was not encouraging. Inside there was a heel of barley bread, hard as a stone. There was a small clay jar containing perhaps 7 or 8 cured olives, wrinkled and black. And there was a sad, limp bunch of hyssop herbs. This was the inventory of her survival. A lesser soul might have grabbed the bread and gnawed on it standing up. Driven by the animal instinct of hunger, a lesser soul might have wept over the scarcity, counting the crumbs as a miser counts gold. But Lydia was the wife of Elias, and she was a weaver of royal carpets. Poverty was a circumstance, she told herself. It was not a character trait. She took the food out with steady hands. She carried it to the small, low table in the centre of the room. She did not just drop the food there. She began a ritual. First, she fetched a cloth. It was a small square of linen, old and thinned by many washings, but she had embroidered the edges with blue thread years ago. She shook it out and laid it over the rough wood of the table, smoothing the creases with the flat of her hand until it lay perfectly flat. Next, she took an earthenware pitcher and poured water into 2 cups, not 1, 2. She placed 1 cup at her usual spot. She placed the other cup opposite her. She took the hard bread and placed it on a wooden platter in the centre. She arranged the black olives around it in a circle, as if they were precious gems adorning a crown. She stripped the leaves from the hyssop and sprinkled them over the bread, their sharp, minty scent cutting through the stale air. Finally, she lit a second candle, a small indulgence, a sliver of beeswax that she should have saved for the loom. But the soul needed light as much as the eyes did. She placed the candle in the centre of the table. The flame danced, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. Suddenly, the meagre crusts were transformed. In the golden glow, the barley bread looked like a harvest offering. The water in the cups gleamed like silver. Lydia sat down. She adjusted her tunic. She sat with her back straight, her chin held high, as if she were dining in the banquet hall of Herod. Not a mud brick room in the debtor's quarter. She looked across the table at the empty space. At the second cup, "Peace be with you, Elias," she whispered to the air. She could almost see him there. She could imagine the way his large hands would dwarf the small cup, the way he would tear the bread with a reverence that made every meal feel like a sacrament. She could hear his deep voice saying the blessing, but there was only silence. Lydia reached out and touched the rim of his cup, her finger tracing the rough clay. She was keeping his place in the world. As long as his cup was filled, he was not gone. He was merely delayed. She bowed her head. "Lord of the sparrow and the lily, she prayed softly. I thank you for this grain. I thank you that my hands are still strong enough to break it. Keep him fed wherever he is. Let him not hunger for bread, and let him not hunger for hope. She broke a piece of the bread. It was stale and required effort to chew, but as she ate, she tasted the sweetness of the grain. She ate a single olive, the salt bursting on her tongue, sharp and briny. She ate slowly, deliberately. This was the art of dignity in poverty. To refuse to rush, to refuse to act like a scavenger. By treating this simple meal with respect, she was declaring to the universe that she was still a human being. She was not a slave to her debt. She was the mistress of this table. Outside, the wind howled again, rattling the door latch. It sounded like a wolf scratching to get in, the wolf of want, the wolf of fear. Lydia took a sip of water. It was cool and clean. She swallowed it down, feeling it wash away the dust of the loom. She looked at the candle flame. It was burning lower. The wax was pooling at the base. Enough, she said. She had eaten. She had remembered. She had held her ground. She stood up and cleared the table. She poured the water from Elias's cup back into the pitcher. Waste was not permitted, but she left the cup there on the table. A silent sentinel. She folded the linen cloth with precision and returned it to the shelf. Then she walked over to the loom. The food had settled in her stomach. A small, warm weight. It wasn't much, but it was enough to turn the wheel of her body for another few hours. She picked up the shuttle. She looked at the pattern. The border was finished. The centre awaited. The madder-dyed wool was waiting in its basket, a coiled serpent of crimson. Lydia sat down on the stool. The wood felt hard against her tired bones, but she welcomed it. Comfort was for tomorrow. Tonight was for duty. She blew out the dinner candle. The room plunged back into the singular focus of the work lamp. She took a breath, held it, and released it. Thwack! The loom sang out. The meal was done. The work continued. The loom stood silent, a wooden skeleton in the dim light. Lydia did not return to the bench immediately after her meal. Instead, she moved with the stealth of a cat, extinguishing the candle and wrapping her dark wool shawl tightly around her head and shoulders. She took the remaining half of the barley loaf from the larder, her breakfast for tomorrow, and wrapped it in a scrap of cloth. She tucked it into the folds of her sash. She was going out. The streets of Damascus at this hour were a different world. By day, they were a river of noise and colour, flowing with merchants, camels, and shouting children. By night, they were a labyrinth of shadows and silence. Lydia slipped out her wooden door, latching it softly. The air outside was biting, the desert temperature plummeting as the stone city exhaled the heat of the day. The moon was a sliver of bone high above, offering just enough light to navigate the uneven cobblestones. She walked quickly, keeping close to the walls of the houses. Her sandals made no sound. She had learned long ago how to walk without announcing her presence. She passed the shuttered stalls of the spice market, where the air still held the ghostly scent of cinnamon and cumin. She passed the Roman fountains, now silent, the water turned off to conserve the cisterns. Her destination was the citadel. It loomed in the distance, a monolithic shadow against the starry sky. It was a fortress of heavy limestone, built to keep enemies out and prisoners in. It was a place where hope went to suffocate. Lydia's heart hammered against her ribs, but her feet did not falter. She knew the way. She had walked this path in her mind 1,000 times. She did not go to the main gate, where the Roman sentries stood with their pylons and their boredom. She circled to the western wall, where the foundation sank deep into the earth. Here, the ground was overgrown with nettles and thistles, a neglected patch of waste ground that smelled of damp earth and decay. She knelt in the dirt, ignoring the sting of the thorns against her knees. There, at the base of the massive wall, was a small, iron-barred grate. It was a drainage vent, barely a hand's width high, intended to let air into the subterranean levels where the debtors and the petty thieves were kept. Lydia pressed her face close to the cold iron. The air drifting out from the darkness was foul, smelling of mildew, unwashed bodies, and despair. "Elias," she whispered. She did not dare speak louder. Her voice was a vibration, aimed into the black throat of the prison. "Elias." For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the scuffle of rats. Then, a groan from somewhere deep within. And then, a sound that tore her heart in two. A cough. It was wet and rattling, the sound of lungs fighting a losing battle against the damp. It was the sound Simon had described. "Lydia?" The voice was weak, a husk of the baritone that used to sing over the sheep. But it was him. Lydia pressed her forehead against the rusty bars. Tears pricked her eyes, hot and sudden, but she bit her lip to stop them. He did not need her tears. He needed her strength. "I am here, beloved," she whispered. "I am close. You should not be—" A pause for breath, followed by a wheezing inhale. "It is dangerous." "The night is my cloak," she said. Are you warm?" A soft, mirthless chuckle drifted from the darkness. "The stone is a cold blanket, Lydia. But I dream of the sun. I dream of the lavender." He was holding on to the memory, just as she was. Lydia reached into her sash and pulled out the wrapped bread. It was a small thing, pitiful against the magnitude of his hunger, but it was all she had. "Elias," she said urgently, "come closer, to the grate." She heard the sounds of shifting straw, the drag of a heavy chain against stone. He was moving. He was alive. A hand appeared in the sliver of moonlight that cut through the bars. It was a hand she knew better than her own. But it was changed. The skin was pale and begrimed, the fingernails broken. The wrist was thin, the bone protruding sharply. Lydia reached through the bars. Her fingers brushed his. The contact was electric. It was a shock of connection that bridged the gap between the free world and the damned. His skin was ice cold. Hers was warm with the blood of her labour. She pressed the bread into his palm. His fingers curled around it instinctively, desperate and weak. "Eat," she commanded softly. "It is barley. It will give you strength." "And you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "What will you eat?" "I feast on hope," she lied. "The carpet is nearly done. Elias, the border is finished. The wool is dyed. It is beautiful." "The crimson?" he asked. "It is the colour of a king's robe," she said. "It is the colour of our life." She felt him squeeze her fingers. It was a weak grip, but it held the desperation of a drowning man. "Do not weary yourself for me, Lydia," he whispered. "If the debt cannot be paid, if I am sent to the galleys, do not follow. Live. Find a man who has no debts." "Stop!" she hissed, her voice fierce. "Do not speak such words. You are the other half of my soul, Elias. A loom cannot weave with only the warp. It needs the weft. We are one fabric. I will not let them cut you out." The sound of heavy boots echoed on the stone pavement above them. A guard was walking the perimeter. Elias pulled his hand back into the shadows. "Go," he breathed. "Go, before the light finds you." Lydia lingered for 1 second more, her hand grasping the empty air where his fingers had been. 6 days, she promised into the dark. 6 days, and the gate will open. She pulled herself up. Her knees were muddy, her dress torn by a bramble. She did not care. She turned and ran. Not a run of panic, but a run of purpose. She flitted through the shadows like a ghost, retracing her steps through the sleeping city. She had seen the enemy. It was not Simon. It was not the governor. The enemy was the cold stone that was drinking the life out of her husband. She reached her door, slipped inside, and bolted it shut. She leaned against the wood, breathing hard. Her heart was racing, but her mind was clear. The exhaustion was gone. The hunger was gone. All that remained was a burning, white-hot determination. She walked to the loom. She picked up the jar of red wool. She touched the soft fibres. "He is cold," she said to the room. "So I will weave fire." She sat down. She threaded the shuttle with the crimson yarn. The centre of the carpet waited. The empty space demanded to be filled. Thwack. The sound was louder this time. It was a declaration of war against the silence. Time had ceased to be measured in hours. It was now measured in inches of wool. 3 days had passed since Lydia's visit to the prison wall. 3 days of a feverish, monastic existence where the outside world, the heat, the dust, the cries of the street vendors had been reduced to a muffled hum against the thick clay walls. Inside the room, a miracle was taking shape. The loom, once a frame of empty potential, was now heavy with creation. The carpet was nearly finished. It hung there, a tapestry of such arresting beauty that even the shadows seemed to shy away from it, allowing the lamplight to caress its surface. Lydia sat on her stool, her back arched in a permanent curve of labour. Her fingers were raw. The tips were swollen, the skin abraded by the constant friction of the coarse wool. Her eyes burned with a dry, gritty heat, red-rimmed from staring into the intricate matrix of threads for 18 hours a day. But she felt none of it. She was in a trance of creation. She was working on the central medallion now, the heart of the carpet. This was the crescendo of the symphony. The border of indigo and vine green was a silent frame. Holding the space for this explosion of colour, she reached for the red wool. The madder dye had taken perfectly. In the dim light, the yarn didn't just look red, it looked alive. It was the deep, resonant crimson of a pomegranate split open in the sun, the colour of the embers in a dying fire, the colour of the blood that beat in her husband's veins. As she wove, the pattern emerged with agonising slowness. It was a design of her own invention, not copied from the pattern books of the merchants. It was a geometric star, expanding outward into stylised petals. Over 2, under 2, wrap, pull, over 2, under 2, wrap, pull. She was using the sumac technique, wrapping the weft threads around the warp to create a raised, chain-like texture. It was slow, painstaking work, requiring double the wool and triple the patience of a flat weave. But the result was a surface that felt substantial, almost sculptural. Lydia paused to inspect a row she had just finished. She leaned forward, her nose inches from the taut strings. There, a microscopic inconsistency. One knot was slightly looser than its neighbour. A flaw the size of a grain of sand. To a merchant, it would be invisible. To the governor, it would be unnoticeable. To God, perhaps, it was irrelevant. But to Lydia, it was a scream in a quiet room. "No," she whispered. She picked up her metal hook. With a sigh that rattled in her chest, she began to unpick the row. 10 minutes of work, undone in 10 seconds. She pulled the thread free, straightened it, and began again. This was the tyranny of perfection. She believed, was the desperate superstition of the helpless, that the quality of her work would dictate the quality of Ellis's fate. If the carpet was flawless, the justice would be flawless. If the weave was tight and strong, his chains would be broken. She was not just weaving a floor covering, she was weaving a legal defence, a prayer, a ransom note. She pulled the beater down. Thwack. The sound was solid. The row was perfect now. She allowed herself a moment to look at the whole piece. It was magnificent. The cream background shimmered like moonlight on snow. The indigo border was deep and mysterious, and the red centre burned. It was too beautiful for a floor. It belonged on a wall, or on an altar. It was the kind of beauty that made your throat ache, because it spoke of a world where things were ordered, symmetrical, and right. a world so different from the chaos of her life. "You're saving him," she told the carpet. She spoke to it as if it were a living thing, a golem she was animating with her sweat. "You are the key." She reached for the jar of madder dye she'd brought inside to keep the wool moist. She moved it closer to the loom, placing it on the floor near her feet, within easy reach. The heavy ceramic pot was full of the crimson liquid, a reserve in case she needed to dye one last skein to ensure the colour match was exact. The smell of the dye, earthy, metallic, sweet, filled the small room. It was intoxicating. It made her head swim, or perhaps that was the hunger. She'd eaten nothing but half a piece of bread since yesterday. Her body was failing, but her spirit was soaring on the thermal updrafts of artistic ecstasy. There is a specific kind of madness that overtakes a craftsman near the end of a great work. The fatigue vanishes, replaced by a jittery, high-frequency energy. The eyes see with a terrifying clarity. Lydia threaded the shuttle again. Her movements were fluid, automatic. She was a machine made of bone and hope. Outside, the wind rose again, whistling a lonely tune through the eaves. But inside, there was only the sacred silence of the work. She was weaving a garden in the middle of a wasteland. She was weaving spring in the middle of winter. "Just a little more," she murmured. Her voice was parched. "The star needs its points." She worked as the moon climbed the sky. She worked as the oil in the lamp burned low, the flame sputtering and casting long, dancing shadows that looked like grasping hands. She was close. So close. The carpet was a testament to human will. It was a declaration that even in the lowest pit of poverty, a human being could produce something of transcendent worth. It was her dignity, woven into physical form. She leaned back, stretching her arms. A wave of dizziness washed over her, turning the room sideways for a second. She gripped the loom to steady herself. "Water," she thought. "I need water." But she didn't move. To stop now would be to break the spell. To leave the bench would be to admit that she was mortal, that she was weak. She looked at the red jar at her feet. The liquid surface was still, a dark mirror reflecting the dying lamplight. It was all so fragile. This beauty, this hope. It hung by a thread, quite literally. Lydia picked up the shuttle. Her hand trembled just a fraction. A warning tremor from her nervous system pushed past its breaking point. She ignored it. She tightened her grip. "Perfection," she whispered, like a mantra against the dark. "Perfection is the only way home." She cast the shuttle through the shed. The red thread trailed behind it, a lifeline of crimson across the field of white. The masterpiece was almost done. And the tragedy was waiting in the wings, ready to take its cue. The flame of the oil lamp was the first to surrender. It had fought a valiant battle against the encroaching dark for hours, feeding on the last dregs of the olive oil. But now, it began to sputter. It pulsed rhythmically, flare, dim, flare, dim, casting shadows that leapt and contracted on the walls like a frantic heartbeat. Lydia watched the flame with eyes that felt as though they were filled with sand. She knew she should get up. She knew she should refill the reservoir. The jar of oil was only 3 paces away, sitting on the shelf by the door. 3 paces. It might as well have been a journey across the Sinai desert. Her body, which had served her with the loyalty of a soldier for 7 days, was beginning to stage a mutiny. It started in her lower back, a dull, throbbing ache that radiated outward into her hips. Then it moved to her shoulders, where the muscles had turned into knots of burning wire. But the most dangerous betrayal was in her mind. The thoughts that had been sharp and linear, red thread, count 3, loop, pull, were becoming soft and fuzzy at the edges. She blinked, and for a second, the cream-coloured wool of the carpet seemed to liquefy. The intricate geometric star in the centre appeared to spin, slowly at first, then faster, transforming into a whirlpool of crimson and white. Lydia shook her head violently, a physical attempt to rattle her brain back into focus. "No," she croaked. Her throat was parched parchment. "Not yet, not yet." She reached for the needle again. Her hand felt heavy, detached, as if it belonged to someone else, a clumsy wooden appendage attached to her wrist. She tried to guide the tip of the needle through a loop of the warp, but her depth perception wavered. She missed. The needle jabbed harmlessly into the empty air. She tried again. Missed. A wave of frustration rose up, hot and childish, but it lacked the energy to break the surface. It just sat in her chest, a heavy, leaden weight. "Sing," she told herself. "Sing the song of the shearing, keep the rhythm." She opened her mouth to hum the old folk tune the women sang during the sheep shearing festivals in the hills. It was a lively, stomping tune, full of joy and noise. The wool is white, the shear is bright. But the sound that came out was a broken whisper, a ghost of a melody that died before it reached the corners of the room. The silence of the house was too vast, too heavy. It swallowed her voice effortlessly. The cold was creeping in now. The fire in the courtyard had died hours ago. The chill of the desert night seeped through the clay bricks, wrapping around her ankles, crawling up her legs. It was a seductive cold. It whispered that if she just closed her eyes, if she just curled up for a moment, she would be warm. She would be safe, just for a moment. The lie was sweet, like honey on the tongue. Lydia looked at the carpet. The central star was 3/4 finished. It burned with that intense, madder root red. It looked like a fire. If I just rest my eyes, I can see the pattern better when I wake. She knew this was dangerous. She knew that sleep was a thief that would steal not just minutes, but hours. She knew that if she stopped now, the momentum would break, and she might not be able to start again. But the gravity of exhaustion was stronger than the gravity of the earth. It pulled at her eyelids with invisible hooks. She leaned forward. The wooden beam of the loom, the breastbeam, was right there in front of her. It was hard, polished wood. It looked uncomfortable. But to Lydia, in this moment, it looked like the softest pillow in the palace of Herod. "I will count to 10, she bargained with the darkness. "I will rest my forehead against the wood for 10 counts. Then I will stand up. Then I will get the oil." She lowered her head. The moment her forehead touched the cool wood, a sigh escaped her lips, a long, shuddering exhalation of total surrender. It felt exquisite. It felt like sinking into a bath of warm water. 1. The world stopped spinning. The pain in her back dulled to a distant murmur. 2. The image of Elias came to her. He was not in the prison anymore. He was standing in the doorway, bathed in light, holding out his hand. He was smiling. "Rest. Lydia," he seemed to say. "You have done enough." 3. Her breathing deepened. The frantic, shallow gasps of anxiety smoothed out into the slow, heavy rhythm of slumber. 4. Her hand, which was still clutching the heavy bronze needle, relaxed. The fingers uncurled slowly, like a dying flower. The needle slipped from her grasp. It fell silently onto the pile of waste yarn on the floor. 5. Lydia's body slumped. The tension that had held her upright for days evaporated. She leaned heavily against the loom, her weight shifting forward. She did not reach 6. Consciousness didn't just fade, it was extinguished. One moment she was a woman fighting for her life. The next, she was a statue of exhaustion, slumped against her creation. The room was silent, save for the wind outside and the soft, rhythmic breathing of the weaver. But in the shadows, physics was still awake. Lydia was not sleeping in a bed. She was sleeping perched precariously on a 3-legged stool, her upper body draped over the loom. Her legs were tucked underneath her, tangled in the folds of her skirt, and near her right foot, sitting on the uneven earthen floor, was the heavy clay jar. The jar filled with the deep, dark, permanent crimson dye. The lid was off. She had left it off to dip the wool one last time, in her deep sleep. Lydia shifted. It was a small movement, a twitch of a leg as she dreamed of running through the lavender fields. Her sandal brushed against the side of the jar. The jar rocked. It tipped to the left. Then it corrected itself, rocking back to the right. It teetered there for a second, balanced on the edge of disaster, deciding the fate of the woman who slept above it. Then, Lydia shifted again, her weight pressing down on the loom, causing the stool to creak and slide a fraction of an inch in the dust. Her foot kicked out, seeking a more comfortable position in the dream. This time, the contact was solid. The heavy ceramic jar lost its battle with gravity. It tipped over. There was no glorious crash. The floor was packed earth, and the jar was heavy. It made a dull, wet thud, and then the silence returned. But on the floor, in the darkness, a dark liquid began to pool. It spread silently, hungrily. It sought the lowest point. The lowest point was the corner of the finished carpet, which had curled down from the loom and was resting on the floor. The pristine, cream-coloured wool, woven with the sweat and prayers of 7 days, lay there in the dark. The red liquid reached the edge of the wool. It did not hesitate. It did not ask for permission. It did what dye is born to do. It soaked in. It climbed the fibres, defying gravity through capillary action. It moved silently, a crimson assassin in the night, turning the white snow of the wool into the colour of a fresh wound. Above it, Lydia slept on, dreaming of a silver ring and a house with a view of the hills, unaware that the tragedy she'd fought so hard to prevent was now unfolding, quietly and irreversibly, at her feet. The lamp flickered one last time, a desperate gasp of light, and then died. The room plunged into absolute darkness. The dream was made of silver. Lydia was standing in a house built of white stone, cool and solid beneath her feet. The windows were open to the west, and the light pouring in was not the harsh glare of the desert sun, but the soft, pearlescent glow of the moon. Elias was there. He was sitting at a table made of olive wood, his hands resting on a loaf of bread that never ran out. He looked up at her, his eyes clear, his chest rising and falling without the rattle of the cough. "It is finished," he said gently. "Rest now, Lydia. The debt is paid." He reached out to pour her a cup of wine. The liquid flowed from the pitcher, dark and rich. But as he poured, the wine didn't stop. It overflowed the cup. It spilled onto the table. It spilled onto the floor. It kept coming, a dark, silent river rising around her ankles. "Elias!" she called out. But the silver house began to dissolve. The walls turned to mist. The floor turned to mud. Lydia woke with a gasp, her body jerking violently on the stool. She was back. The silver house was gone. The white stone was gone. There was only the suffocating blackness of the room in Damascus. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Her mind was a scrambled map, the coordinates lost in the transition from deep sleep to harsh reality. Her neck screamed in protest, locked in a painful spasm from hours of resting on the hardwood of the loom. Her left arm was numb, dangling uselessly at her side, the blood flow cut off. She blinked, trying to force her eyes to adjust. But there was nothing to adjust to. The lamp was dead. The darkness was absolute, heavy and velvet thick, pressing against her eyeballs. "The lamp," she rasped. Her voice sounded like dry leaves scraping together. She tried to sit up straight, but a wave of dizziness hit her. She reached out with her good hand to steady herself against the loom. Her fingers brushed the taut warp threads. The familiar texture of the wool usually grounded her. But something was wrong. The air in the room had changed. Before she slept, it had smelled of dry dust and burnt wick. Now, there was a new scent. It was heavy, humid, and cloying. It smelled of wet earth. It smelled of iron. It smelled of roots. Lydia froze. Her heart, which had been sluggish with sleep, suddenly kicked against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of warning. She shifted her feet on the floor, seeking purchase to stand up. Squelch. The sound was small, wet, and obscene in the silence. It was not the dry scrape of a sandal on clay. It was the sound of a foot stepping into a puddle. Lydia stopped breathing. A cold horror, sharper than any winter wind, pierced her chest. She knew that sound. She knew that smell. "No," she whispered, "but please, God, no." She fumbled blindly on the shelf next to the loom, her numb fingers knocking against wooden bobbins and shears. She needed light. She needed to see, even though every instinct in her body was screaming that she did not want to see. Her hand closed around the small box of flint and tinder. Her fingers were shaking so badly she dropped the striker twice. Clatter. Clatter. "Light," she hissed through gritted teeth. "Give me light." She found the flint. She struck it against the steel. A spark, brief and orange, flared and died. It was enough to show a flash of the room. A flash of something dark on the floor. She struck again. And again. Finally, the tinder caught. A tiny, fragile flame bloomed. With trembling hands, she touched it to the wick of the emergency candle she kept on the shelf. The flame grew. It pushed back the shadows. Lydia turned slowly, holding the candle aloft, dreading what the light would reveal. She looked down. The scream died in her throat, choked off by the sheer magnitude of the disaster. The floor of the room was a murder scene. But it was not blood that had been spilled. It was hope. The heavy clay jar of madder dye lay on its side, a broken vessel of tragedy. It had rolled slightly, its mouth gaping open like a wound. From it, the thick, dark crimson liquid had pooled, creating a lake of red on the uneven floor. But the liquid had not just sat there. It had travelled. It had found the bottom edge of the carpet, the masterpiece, the ransom for Elias's life, which had curled down from the loom and rested on the floor. Wool is a thirsty creature. It drinks what is offered. And the cream-coloured wool, pure and unblemished, had drunk deep of the crimson tide. The stain was not a small spot. It was a catastrophe. The dye had wicked up the fibres, defying gravity. It had climbed inches up the bottom of the carpet, soaking into the intricate border, bleeding into the pristine white background. A jagged, ugly, irregular blotch of dark red spread across the bottom right corner, looking like a gruesome injury on a perfect body. Lydia stared. She did not blink. She did not breathe. Her brain refused to process the visual data. It simply could not be true. It was a hallucination. It was a continuation of the nightmare. She dropped to her knees, heedless of the puddle. The cold, wet dye soaked instantly into her skirt, staining her skin. She reached out and touched the carpet. It was wet. It was sodden. The reality crashed into her with the force of a physical blow. No! The sound tore out of her, a guttural animal wail that echoed off the mud walls. She grabbed the hem of her skirt, her dirty, rough skirt, and began to frantically dab at the wool. She rubbed at the stain, trying to soak it up, trying to push the red back into the jar, back into the past, back into non-existence. "Get out," she sobbed, scrubbing harder. "Get out, get out, get out." But madder root is not wine. It is not water. It is a dye chosen for its permanence. It is chosen because once it bonds with the fibre, it never lets go. Her frantic scrubbing only made it worse. It drove the pigment deeper into the twist of the yarn. It smeared the sharp edges of the stain into a blurry, muddy bruise. The crimson mixed with the dust of the floor and the oil of her hands, turning into a dark, clotting mess. Lydia stopped. She pulled her hands away. They were covered in red. In the flickering candlelight, they looked like the hands of a butcher. She looked at the carpet. The stain remained. It was huge. It was hideous. It was irreversible. The masterpiece was ruined. The perfection she had strived for, the flawlessness she had sacrificed her health and sanity to achieve, was gone. In its place was a chaotic, ugly splotch that mocked her efforts. She sat back on her heels, the wetness seeping into her legs. The candle flickered on the shelf, indifferent to her agony. The realization hit her in waves, each one colder than the last. Simon will not take this. The governor will not look at this. The debt will not be paid. Elias will not come home. The silence of the room returned, but now it was not empty. It was filled with the ghosts of her failure. Lydia looked at the overturned jar. It was such a stupid, simple thing. A moment of sleep, a twitch of a foot, a law of physics. And her life was destroyed. She didn't cry. The tears were gone. She felt hollowed out, as if someone had reached inside her chest and scraped out everything vital, her heart, her lungs, her hope, leaving only a dry, rattling husk. She lifted her red-stained hands and looked at them. "I have killed him," she whispered. The words hung in the air, heavy and damning. She curled forward, pressing her forehead into the dirt of the floor, right next to the puddle of red. She lay there in the fetal position, a broken woman in a ruined room, outside. The first grey light of dawn began to touch the sky. The birds began to sing, a cheerful, oblivious chorus. The world was waking up to a new day. But for Lydia, the sun had just set forever. The sun did not care about Lydia's grief. It rose over the eastern walls of Damascus with a cheerful, brutal efficiency. It was a bright, hard morning, the kind of day where the sky is a piercing blue and the air is crisp enough to snap. The light poured through the open window, bypassing the shutters she'd failed to close, and struck the floor of the room like a gavel. It illuminated the crime scene with clinical clarity. Lydia was still on the floor, curled in a tight ball of misery. The warmth of the sun on her back felt like an insult. She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing she could retreat back into the darkness, back into the dream of the silver house. But the smell of the damp wool was too pungent, too real to ignore. She opened her eyes. In the candlelight of the night before, the stain had looked dark and menacing, a shadow of disaster. But in the daylight, it was a violence. The madder dye was not just red, it was the colour of oxygenated blood. It sat upon the creamy, virgin wool of the carpet's border like a fresh wound on snow. The contrast was sickening. The white wool, which she had kept so pristine that she washed her hands 10 times a day before touching it, was now violated. The stain was not a neat circle. It was a jagged, sprawling shape, an island of ruin with tendrils that seeped along the twist of the yarns. It had soaked through the weft and the warp. It was not on the surface, it was in the carpet. Lydia sat up. Her joints screamed in protest, stiff from the cold floor. She looked at her hands. They were stained a deep, rusty orange where the dye had dried on her skin. She looked like a woman who had just butchered a lamb with her bare hands. A sudden, frantic energy seized her. Denial, that desperate, irrational hope, flared up one last time. "It can be cleaned," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Everything can be cleaned." She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the dizziness that made the room sway. She ran to the courtyard, her stained skirt flapping around her ankles. She went to the water jar and filled a basin. She grabbed a rough cloth. She grabbed a lemon from the small basket in the kitchen, a precious item she'd been saving for a feast. She grabbed the small jar of harsh lye soap used for scrubbing the floors. She returned to the room and dropped to her knees beside the carpet. "Please," she begged the wool, "release it." She dipped the cloth in the water and pressed it to the edge of the stain. She dabbed gently at first, afraid to spread it. The water touched the dye. The red pigment loosened slightly, turning the clear water in the cloth pink. "Yes," Lydia breathed. "Yes." She pressed harder. She cut the lemon in half and squeezed the acidic juice onto the wool, hoping it would bleach the colour out. She rubbed the lye soap into the fibres. She scrubbed. She scrubbed with the manic intensity of a woman trying to erase the past. Scrub, rinse, scrub, rinse. But the laws of chemistry are indifferent to human desperation. The madder root had been prepared with alum, a strong mordant. The dye molecules had already bonded with the protein structure of the wool. The chemical marriage was consummated. Lydia watched in horror as her efforts backfired. Instead of lifting, the dye began to migrate. The sharp, jagged edges of the stain blurred. The water carried the pigment further into the clean white wool surrounding the disaster. The pristine cream turned a sickly, bruised pink. The texture of the wool, subjected to the harsh lye and the violent scrubbing, began to felt. The smooth, defined knots became fuzzy and matted. She was making it worse. She was taking a tragedy and turning it into a mess. Lydia stopped. Her hand, clutching the sodden, pink-stained rag, hovered over the carpet. Her breath came in short, jagged gasps. She looked at what she'd done. The stain was now twice as large as it had been. It was no longer just a splash. It was a smear. It looked like someone had tried to clean up a murder and failed. The realization settled over her like a shroud. It is permanent. There was no unringing this bell. There was no unweaving this moment. She dropped the rag. It landed with a wet plait on the floor. Lydia sat back on her heels. The fight went out of her. Her shoulders slumped. Her hands fell into her lap, palms up, defeated. She stared at the carpet. For months, this object had been her entire world. It had been her morning star and her evening prayer. She had known every inch of it. She had known the tension of every thread. It was supposed to be the vessel of her salvation. Now, it was just a dirty rug. "It is over," she said. The words were flat, devoid of emotion. They were simply a statement of fact, like saying the sky is blue or stone is hard. She looked around the room. It looked different now. Yesterday, it had been a workshop of hope. Now, it looked like what it really was, a hovel. The clay walls seemed to close in. The dust motes dancing in the sunbeams looked like mocking spirits. She thought of Elias. She didn't see him in the lavender fields this time. She saw him in the dark cell. She saw him waiting. She saw him looking at the door, waiting for it to open. And she saw herself standing on the other side, empty-handed. "I cannot go to him," she thought. The shame was a physical nausea in her gut. "I cannot tell him." She imagined Simon's face, the sneer, the "I told you so." He would take the house, he would take the loom, he would take the ruined carpet and probably use it to wipe his feet. Lydia felt a strange sensation. It was a coldness spreading from her centre, numbing her extremities. It was the anesthesia of shock. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just sat there, watching the sun move across the floor. She watched as the light hit the wet, ruined patch of wool. The red dye glinted. Even in its ugliness, the colour was rich. It was the colour of life, spilled in the wrong place. "Blood on snow," she whispered. It was a poetic thought, a strange intruder in her misery. She reached out and touched the wet wool one last time. It was cold. She stayed there for a long time. She did not know how long. She heard the city fully wake up. She heard the carts rumbling. She heard a neighbour calling out to another. But she was separate from it all. She was an island of silence in a sea of noise. She was a weaver who had woven her own destruction. Finally, she stood up. She moved like an old woman. She picked up the bucket of pink, dirty water. She walked to the door and poured it out into the dust of the street. The earth drank it greedily, leaving a dark stain on the ground that mirrored the one in her heart. She went back inside and closed the door. She closed the shutters, blocking out the cruel sun. She sat down on the floor, in the dark, with her back against the wall, facing the ruined loom. She had 7 days left. But for all the difference it made, It might as well have been 7 years, or 7 seconds. The thread was broken, the pattern was lost. And Lydia, the weaver of Damascus, had no more wool to spin. The frantic scrubbing had stopped. The weeping had stopped. Even the wind outside had died down, leaving the city of Damascus baking in a sullen, heavy stillness. Lydia sat on the floor, her back pressed against the rough clay wall, her legs extended in front of her. She was a statue carved from grief. Her hands, still stained with the faint orange ghost of the madder root, rested limp in her lap. She was no longer looking at the carpet. An hour ago, in a fit of nausea, she'd thrown her sleeping shawl over the ruin. She could not bear to see the red stain mocking her. She could not bear to see the fuzzy, matted wool where she'd scrubbed away the texture of her hard work. So now, the room was just a room. The loom was just a wooden frame shrouded in grey cloth. It looked like a piece of furniture in a house where someone had died. And in a way, someone had. The Lydia who believed she could save her husband by the strength of her own hands, that woman was dead. She had died the moment the jar tipped over. The woman who remained was a stranger, a hollowed-out vessel with no name and no purpose. This was the silence of despair. It was not a peaceful silence. It was not the meditative quiet of the lavender fields. It was a dense, suffocating silence, like the air at the bottom of a dry well. It pressed against her eardrums. It made the blood rushing in her head sound like a roaring river. Why? The question floated in the stagnant air. It was not a scream. It was a whimper. She had done everything right. That was the bitterest pill to swallow. She had not been lazy. She had not been dishonest. She had not been greedy. She had offered her sweat, her sleep, and her food as a sacrifice. She had prayed over every knot. And for what? For a clumsy foot in the dark? For a law of physics that said a heavy object must fall? It felt cruel. It felt personal. It felt as if the Almighty had looked down at her small, desperate striving and decided to crush it, just to remind her of her place. You are just a weaver, the silence whispered. You thought you could be a saviour. You thought you could bribe justice with a piece of wool? Lydia closed her eyes. Her head fell back against the wall with a dull thud. She thought of the story of Job. She remembered hearing it in the synagogue, about the man who sat in the ashes and scraped his sores with a piece of broken pottery. She'd always pitied him, but she'd never understood him. Now, she understood the ashes. The ashes were not just on the outside, they were inside. Her mouth tasted of ash. Her heart felt like a lump of cold coal. Time lost its meaning. The patch of sunlight on the floor moved from the left to the right. It crawled over her legs, warming the fabric of her skirt, but the warmth did not reach her skin. She was cold from the inside out. She should get up. She should eat. She should go to the market and beg for an extension. She should formulate a plan B. But there was no plan B. That was the terrifying truth she'd been running from. The carpet was the only asset. Without it, she was just a woman with a debt she could never repay in 10 lifetimes. Paralysis set in. It was a heavy, narcotic lethargy. To lift a hand required a Herculean effort. To formulate a thought was like wading through mud. She looked at her hands again. The dye had settled into the cuticles, into the lines of her palms. It looked like a tattoo of failure. I am a destroyer, she thought. I touch the white wool, and I make it red. I touch Elias's life, and I break it. The thought spiraled darker. Perhaps it would have been better if she had never tried. Perhaps if she'd just accepted the poverty, accepted the slavery, Elias would be... No, she couldn't finish that thought. A fly buzzed into the room. It was a large, iridescent blue-bottle fly. It circled the room with a loud, angry drone. Bzzz, bzzz. It landed on the grey shawl covering the loom. It walked across the fabric, searching for something decaying, something sweet. Lydia watched it. She didn't swat it away. She felt a strange kinship with the creature. It was just looking for a way to survive, just like her. The fly flew off, landing on the rim of the overturned jar. It inspected the drying pool of red dye. Lydia watched the fly. She watched the dust motes dancing in the shaft of light. She watched a small spider descend from the ceiling on a single, invisible thread. The world was continuing. The sun was burning. The insects were living. Only she had stopped. Hunger returned, a sharp cramp in her gut. She ignored it. It felt appropriate to starve. It felt like a penance. If Elias was hungry in the dark, she should be hungry in the light. She looked at the shrouded loom. Under that cloth lay the evidence of her hubris. She'd wanted it to be perfect. She'd been so proud of that central star. She had thought it was the most beautiful thing ever made. Pride goes before destruction, the proverb said. I was proud, she confessed to the empty room. Her voice was raspy. I wanted the governor to marvel at me. I wanted to be the hero. Tears finally leaked from her eyes, not the hysterical sobs of the morning, but slow, hot tears that slid down her dusty cheeks like molten lead. They were tears of shame. She felt small, so incredibly small. She remembered the lavender field again. She remembered Elias saying, honesty is better than perfection. She had forgotten that. She had chased perfection so hard she'd run right off the cliff. And now she lay broken at the bottom. She reached out and pulled the shawl off the carpet. She needed to look at it. She needed to face the monster. The shawl slid to the floor. The stain was revealed again. The ugly, matted, pink and red bruise on the perfect white skin of the wool. It was hideous. But as she stared at it, the initial shock began to fade, replaced by a dull recognition. It wasn't just a stain, it was a record. It was a record of the night she worked until she collapsed. It was a record of the darkness. It was a record of her human frailty. It was ugly, yes, but it was true. It was the most honest thing in the room. Lydia crawled forward on her hands and knees. She moved slowly, like a wounded animal. She stopped right in front of the stain. She reached out a trembling hand and touched the rough, felted texture where she had scrubbed too hard. The wool was no longer soft. It was stiff and angry. You are ruined, she whispered to the carpet. And so am I. She laid her cheek against the unblemished part of the wool near the top of the loom. She smelled the lanolin, the faint scent of the sheep. We are both broken things now. She closed her eyes and stayed there, kneeling before her failed creation. The sun began to dip lower. The light in the room turned from white to gold, and then to the bruised purple of twilight. The shadows lengthened, reaching out from the corners to reclaim the space. The silence was still there, but it had changed. It was no longer the silence of panic. It was the silence of the grave, the silence of the end. She had nothing left to give. She had no more fights to fight. She was just Lydia, a widow in all but name, a weaver with no thread, and in that absolute zero of the soul, in that place where all hope had been stripped away, something strange happened. The pressure lifted. The anxiety about the deadline, the fear of Simon, the need to control every variable, it all evaporated, simply because there was nothing left to control. The worst had happened. The disaster was here. She was living in the nightmare, and she was not dead. She took a breath. It was deep and shuddering. She was still breathing. She sat up in the gathering dark. She did not light the lamp. There was no work to do tonight. She just sat there, in the dark, with her mistake. I'm here, she whispered into the void. And the silence, for the first time, did not accuse her. It simply held her. The darkness in the room was not empty. It was filled with the heavy, velvet weight of unanswered questions. Lydia sat in the same spot where she'd fallen, her knees drawn up to her chest, her chin resting on them. The night had deepened. The sounds of the city had receded into a distant memory, leaving her alone in the centre of her small, ruined universe. For the first time in her life, she did not pray. Prayer had always been her native tongue. Since she was a child, she had spoken to God as one speaks to a neighbour over a garden wall, casually, constantly, about matters big and small. She prayed for the rain. She prayed for the yeast to rise. She prayed for the fever to break. And she had always felt, or imagined she felt, a listening presence. A warmth. But tonight, the sky above Damascus felt like a ceiling of hammered iron. Her prayers, if she were to speak them, would simply bounce off the cold metal and fall back down to the earth, dead as stones. Where are you, she thought. It wasn't a shout. It was a thought so quiet it barely rippled the surface of her mind. She had been faithful. She had been honest. She had worked until her fingers bled. She had done everything that the law required and everything that love demanded. And yet, the jar had fallen. The die had spilled. The ruin was absolute. If God was a shepherd, where was his rod and staff? If God was a weaver, why did he allow the pattern to tear so violently? Lydia stood up. Her legs were numb, her body stiff with cold. The room felt suffocating, filled with the smell of the spilled dye which now, in the dark, smelled metallic and sharp, like old coins. She moved to the window. She unlatched the wooden shutter and pushed it open. The cool night air rushed in, cleansing the stale atmosphere. It carried the scent of the desert, dry, vast and indifferent. Lydia looked up. The sky was a magnificent, terrifying expanse. Without the interference of the moon, the stars were ablaze. Thousands of them. Millions. They were scattered across the black velvet like diamond dust, arranged in patterns that had remained unchanged since the days of Abraham. There was Orion, the hunter, striding across the southern horizon. There were the Pleiades, the seven sisters, huddled together in their cosmic dance. Lydia stared at them until her neck ached. They were so beautiful and so cold. They looked down on Damascus, on the prisons and the palaces, on the feasts and the famines, with the same unblinking stare. They had watched empires rise and fall. They had watched kings die and beggars born. And they watched a weaver woman lose everything without flickering once. "What is man that you are mindful of him?" the psalmist had asked. Tonight, Lydia felt the answer was nothing. She felt microscopic. She was a speck of dust on a ball of clay, crying over a piece of stained wool. What did her tragedy matter to the stars? What did her debt matter to the galaxies? A deep cosmic loneliness washed over her. It was a coldness that seeped into the marrow of her bones. This was the divine silence. The moment when the universe stops answering back. The moment when the props are kicked away and you are left dangling over the abyss. But as she stood there, gripping the rough wood of the window frame, a strange thing happened. The silence began to shift. It stopped being an emptiness and started becoming a presence. She remembered the words from the scroll of Job, which Eliot used to recite when the winters were hard and the sheep were dying. God did not answer Job with comfort. He answered with a whirlwind. He answered with questions. "Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation? Tell me, if you understand. Who marked off its dimensions? Surely you know. Who stretched a measuring line across it?" Lydia looked at the vastness of the sky. She realised, with a sudden, vertiginous clarity, that she was not the weaver. She had thought she was. She had thought she was in control of the loom. She had thought that if she just pulled the threads tight enough, if she just counted the knots correctly, she could dictate the picture. She could force the outcome. She could weave a safety net for her husband. But she was not the weaver. She was just a thread. She was a single, fragile thread in a tapestry so vast she could not see the edges of it. She could not see the pattern. She could only see her own small, tangled knot. Maybe the jar tipping over wasn't an accident. Maybe it wasn't a punishment. Maybe it was just part of the weave. A dark thread introduced into the design for a purpose she could not yet comprehend. The thought was terrifying. but also strangely liberating. If she wasn't the weaver, then she wasn't responsible for holding the universe together. She wasn't responsible for being God. She was only responsible for being Lydia. She looked down at her hands, silhouetted against the starlight. "I am small," she whispered to the wind. The wind rustled the leaves of a palm tree in the courtyard. "Shh. I am broken," she admitted. The stars continued to burn. "But I'm still here." She turned away from the window. The room was still dark. The carpet was still ruined. Elias was still in prison. Nothing had changed on the outside. But the crushing weight of why had lifted, replaced by the humble quiet of what now? She walked back to the mat in the corner of the room where she slept. She didn't light the lamp. She didn't check the carpet. She lay down. She pulled her thin blanket up to her chin. She was exhausted. Body and soul. The fight was over. She'd wrestled with the angel, and she had lost. She was limping, she was defeated, and she was empty. But emptiness is a vessel. Only when a cup is empty can it be filled with something new. For the first time in 40 nights, Lydia did not calculate numbers in her head. She did not count threads. She did not plan. She simply closed her eyes and let the darkness take her. She surrendered. She let go of the shuttle. She let go of the loom. She let go of the outcome. "Into your hands," she breathed. And finally, under the watchful, silent gaze of the Pleiades, the weaver slept. The sun returned, as it always does, dragging Lydia back into the world of the living. She woke on her mat, her body heavy and aching, as if she'd been carrying stones all night. For a brief, blissful second, that micro moment between sleep and wakefulness, she forgot. She thought she was just Lydia, waking up to brew tea and sit at her loom. Then, memory crashed in like a breaking wave. The jar, the spill, the ruin. She opened her eyes and looked across the room. The loom stood there, draped in the grey shawl like a shrouded corpse. She didn't need to lift the cloth to know what lay beneath. The knowledge of it was a physical weight in the room, displacing the air. She sat up. A dry, bitter taste coated her tongue. This was the morning of the aftermath. The adrenaline of panic was gone. The numbness of shock was fading. Now came the bargaining. Now came the whispers. Lydia stood and walked to the water jar. She drank deeply. The water cooled against her parched throat. She splashed her face. She needed to be awake. She had a decision to make. The silence of the room was no longer the heavy silence of despair, nor the vast silence of the cosmos. It was a sly, whispering silence. It was the voice of the tempter. "You have options," the voice whispered. Lydia looked at the door. Beyond it lay the city of Damascus. Beyond it lay the road to the coast. Option 1, flight. She could leave. Right now. She could wrap her few possessions in a bundle, her extra tunic, her cooking pot, the silver comb her mother gave her. She could walk out the door and never look back. She could join a caravan heading south to Petra, or west to the sea. She could disappear. She could become a nameless woman in a nameless town, washing clothes for strangers, far away from Simon, far away from the debt, far away from the shame. It was a seductive thought. To simply vanish, to drop the burden. But then she thought of the small, barred window at the base of the citadel wall. She thought of the cough rattling in the dark. If she ran, Elias died. It was that simple. He would wait for her, day after day, until his hope turned to ash and his lungs filled with fluid. "I cannot run," she said aloud. Her voice was firm. Option 2, the knife. She turned her gaze to the work table. There, gleaming dully in the morning light, lay her iron shears. They were heavy, sharp, used for cutting the thick warp threads. She walked over and picked them up. The metal was cold in her hand. The temptation shifted. If she could not run from the city, perhaps she could run from the mistake. She walked to the loom and pulled the grey shawl aside. The stain glared at her, that jagged, crimson island on the sea of white. Cut it out, the voice suggested. Excise the cancer. If she cut out the stained section, the carpet would have a hole. But a hole could be patched. It would be ugly. Yes. It would be a scar. But the stain would be gone. The evidence of her clumsiness would be removed. She could weave a patch, a clumsy square of white, and sew it in. It would no longer be a masterpiece for a governor. It would be a rag, but maybe a rag was better than a ruin. She opened the blades of the shears. Snick, snick, she leaned in, bringing the cold iron point to the edge of the red wool. She positioned the blades to bite into the fabric. Just one cut, just sever the mistake from the hole. But her hand froze. She looked at the threads she was about to sever. She knew them. She had spun them. She had dyed them. She had knotted them with prayer. To cut them now felt like violence. It felt like cutting her own flesh. "No," she whispered. "I cannot mutilate it." She lowered the shears. A patch was a lie. A patch said, "I tried to hide this." And Ellis had said, "Honesty is better than perfection." Option 3, the sail. This was the darkest shadow. This was the temptation that made her stomach churn. Simon. She remembered his oily voice. "I have weavers. Cheap labour. They can fill the centre. Enough to pay the interest." She could take the carpet to him now. As it was. She could roll it up, walk to his office, and lay it at his feet. She could say, "I failed. Take it. Take it and give me whatever pittance you will." He would take it. He would laugh. A short, sharp bark of triumph. He would cut out the stain himself or dye the whole thing black to hide it. He would sell it for a fraction of its worth. He would give her enough coin to pay the interest for another month. Elias would live for another 30 days. But he would still be a prisoner, and she would be a slave to the debt forever. She would have sold her masterpiece, the culmination of her skill and love, for a few scraps of bread. It was the way of the world. The poor sell their treasures to the rich for survival. Lydia stood there, the shears dangling from her hand, the ruined carpet before her. She imagined walking into Simon's courtyard. She imagined the look in his eyes, the predatory gleam. She imagined handing over the carpet. And something inside her snapped. Not a bone, but a chain. A hot, fierce anger rose up in her chest. It was not the anger of frustration. It was the anger of dignity. "No," she said. Louder this time. "I will not give him this." This carpet, even stained, even ruined, was hers. It was the story of her love. It was the map of her soul. To sell it to a man like Simon, to let him butcher it and sell it for profit, would be the final betrayal. She would rather burn it. She would rather unravel it thread by thread than let it fall into the hands of a man who knew the price of everything and the value of nothing. She placed the shears back on the table with a decisive clank. She had rejected the easy doors. She had closed the exits. She was still trapped in the room with the disaster. She still had no plan. She still had no money. The deadline was still marching toward her like an executioner. But she had kept something. She had kept her integrity. She had refused to turn her tragedy into a transaction. Exhaustion swept over her again, the emotional toll of the morning wrestling match. She felt lightheaded. The hunger was a dull ache now, a constant companion. She sat down on the floor, facing the loom. She looked at the stain. Really looked at it. She didn't look at it as a mistake anymore. She looked at it as a fact, a stubborn, immutable, red fact. It was there. It was not going away. "So," she whispered to the crimson blotch, "you and I are stuck together." She leaned her head back against the leg of the loom. Her eyes felt heavy. The sun was warm on her legs. She drifted. Not into deep sleep, but into that hazy, fluid state where the mind unspools. A daytime trance. And in that quiet space, stripped of ambition, stripped of fear, and having rejected the shadows, the light began to find a way in. Her eyes closed, her breathing slowed. She began to dream, not of silver houses this time, but of something organic, something growing. She dreamed of a garden. The room in Damascus dissolved. The smell of stale dust and anxiety faded. Lydia was no longer a woman curled on a hard clay floor. She was a traveller in a landscape of the mind. She found herself walking through a vineyard, but it was not the vineyard of the harvest season, lush with green leaves and heavy with purple grapes. It was a vineyard in the dead of winter. The vines were stripped bare, looking like twisted, black skeletons grasping at the pale sky. The ground was hard and cracked, a mosaic of thirsty earth. It was a silent, barren place. It looked like her life. She walked between the rows, her bare feet making no sound on the dry soil. She felt a profound thirst, a dryness that started in her throat and went all the way to her soul. Everything is dead, she thought in the dream. The winter has taken it all. But then she saw the tree. It stood alone at the edge of the vineyard near a crumbling stone wall. It was an ancient pomegranate tree, its trunk gnarled and knotted like the hands of an old woman. It looked as dead as the vines, its branches grey and brittle. But on the lowest branch, defying the season, defying gravity, hung a single fruit. It was massive. It was not the polite, polished fruit one sees in the market stalls. Stacked in neat pyramids, this fruit was wild. Its skin was leathery and tough, scarred by the wind and the sun. It was the colour of the bruise, deep purple and rusty red. Lydia walked toward it. She could feel the weight of it, a heavy pendulum of life in a graveyard of wood. As she watched, a wind picked up. It wasn't a gentle breeze, it was a sharp, sudden gust. The branch groaned, the fruit swung, and then it fell. It didn't fall softly. It hit the jagged rocks at the base of the wall with a violent, wet impact. Crack! Lydia flinched. She expected to see a mess. She expected to see rot. She stepped closer, kneeling in the dream dirt to inspect the casualty. The fruit had split open. The impact had shattered the tough, leathery skin. A jagged, irregular fissure ran across its surface, tearing it apart. From the wound, the juice poured out. It stained the grey rocks a deep, shocking crimson. It looked like blood. It looked like a tragedy. But then, Lydia leaned in closer. Inside the fissure, nestled in the white, pithy membranes, were the seeds. Hundreds of them. They were not ruined. They were glistening like rubies. They were faceted and brilliant, catching the pale winter light. The juice that spilled out was not death. It was sweetness. It was abundance. It was life, breaking out of its shell because the shell was too small to contain it. The ruin of the fruit was the only way the seeds could be revealed. If the fruit had remained perfect and whole, the seeds would have rotted inside the darkness. It had to break to be shared. Lydia stared at the shattered pomegranate. The shape of the split skin was chaotic. It was jagged. It was asymmetrical. And it was beautiful. It was a beauty that didn't follow the rules of geometry. It was organic. It was wild. It was the beauty of a heart that breaks open to release love. In the dream, she reached out a hand to touch the spilled juice. "Do not weep for the shell," a voice seemed to whisper in the wind. It was Elias's voice, but also not his. "The treasure is in the breaking." The crimson liquid touched her finger. It was warm. The image of the shattered fruit began to blur. The red juice expanded, filling her vision, turning into a river, then a sea. And then... Lydia opened her eyes. She was back in the room. The sun had moved. It was now late afternoon. The light was golden and heavy, filled with dancing dust motes. She was stiff, Her neck popped as she lifted her head. The first thing she saw was the carpet. It was lying exactly where she had left it. The grey shawl pulled aside, the stain exposed, but something had changed. The carpet hadn't changed. The stain was still a jagged red blotch on the white wool. But Lydia's eyes had changed. She blinked, shaking off the remnants of the dream. She looked at the stain. Before she slept, she had seen a mistake. She had seen a mess of spilled chemicals. She had seen a failure of control. Now, she saw the silhouette. The way the dye had wicked into the wool, the way it had spread and feathered at the edges. It wasn't just a blob. It was a shape. It spread out from a central point, irregular and organic. It had a heavy, rounded bottom and jagged edges where the juice had run. It looked exactly like the pomegranate in her dream. It looked like a fruit that had fallen and burst open. Lydia sat up slowly, her heart beginning to beat with a new, strange rhythm. It wasn't the frantic rhythm of panic. It was the slow, steady drumbeat of revelation. She crawled over to the carpet. She didn't look at it with the critical eye of a technician anymore. She looked at it with the imaginative eye of an artist. "It is not a stain," she whispered, her voice trembling. She traced the outline of the disaster with her finger. "It is a beginning." The madder root dye was the colour of the pomegranate skin. The darker, muddier parts where she had scrubbed and ruined the texture, that looked like the shadows inside the fruit. And the white wool was the pith. All it needed were the seeds. An idea, hot and bright as a lightning bolt, struck her mind. It was crazy. It was forbidden. It went against every rule of weaving she had ever learned. You do not improvise on a commissioned carpet. You do not change the design. You do not paint over a mistake. But the rules had already killed her. The rules had led to this ruin. She had nothing left to lose. Lydia stood up. She felt light. The hunger in her stomach was gone, replaced by a voracious hunger of the spirit. She went to her basket of leftover yarns. She dug through the scraps. She found a skein of bright golden yellow. She found a skein of deep, dark purple. She found a needle, not the heavy weaving hook, but a fine embroidery needle she used for mending clothes. She walked back to the carpet. She knelt down. She held the needle over the ruin. The silence in the room was no longer empty. It was pregnant. It was waiting. Lydia took a breath. "The treasure is in the breaking," she repeated. She didn't try to remove the red. She didn't try to hide it. She prepared to embrace it. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, bruised shadows of purple and grey across the floor of the room. But Lydia did not fear the coming dark. For the first time in days, the darkness did not feel like a cage. It felt like a canvas. She rose from her knees, her movements decisive. She walked to the shelf and took down the oil lamp. She trimmed the wick with a steady hand. She poured the last of the precious oil into the reservoir. She struck the flint. Spark. Flare. The light bloomed, pushing back the shadows. It was a declaration. Tonight, she would not sleep. Tonight, she would not weep. Tonight, she would work. But she would not weave. Weaving is a discipline of the grid. It is mathematical. It is vertical warp meeting horizontal weft in a strict, unyielding embrace. It tolerates no deviation. It is the art of order. But life is not a grid. Life is a spill. Life is a stain. Lydia sat down on the floor, cross-legged, pulling the bottom of the ruined carpet into her lap. It felt heavy and stiff where the dye had dried and the fibres had felted. To a weaver, this texture was a horror. It was dead wool. But to the woman holding the needle, it was something else. It was stable. It was a foundation. She picked up the skein of golden yellow yarn she'd scavenged from her basket. It was a scrap, left over from a prayer shawl she'd made years ago. It was silk mixed with wool, expensive, shiny, and totally different from the matte finish of the carpet. According to the guild rules, mixing fibres was a sin. It created uneven wear. It was unprofessional. Lydia threaded the fine embroidery needle. The golden thread slipped through the eye with a whisper. The rules are for those who have not fallen, she thought. I'm beyond the rules now. She looked at the stain. In the lamplight, the jagged red shape looked even more like the burst pomegranate of her dream. The dark, muddy centre where she'd scrubbed too hard. That wasn't a mistake anymore. That was the shadow inside the fruit. That was the depth. She took a breath. She brought the needle down. She did not follow the grid of the woven fabric. She ignored the warp and the weft. She pierced the ruin directly. The needle was sharp. It pushed through the stiff, dyed wool with a satisfying pop. She pulled the thread through. A tiny dot of gold appeared in the middle of the crimson sea. It looked like a spark in the night. It looked like a seed. Lydia's heart gave a strange little skip. She made another stitch, and another. She was using a French knot, twisting the thread around the needle twice before pulling it through to create a raised, bumpy texture. Twist, pierce, pull, twist, pierce, pull. A cluster of golden seeds began to emerge in the centre of the red stain. Suddenly, the red was no longer just a flat colour. The gold changed the context. The red became a background, a stage for the gold to shine. The contrast was startling. The matte dark, earthy red made the shiny gold thread look like it was glowing from within. Lydia worked faster. She wasn't counting. She wasn't calculating. She was flowing. Her hand moved with an intuition she didn't know she possessed. She wasn't trying to make it symmetrical. Pomegranates aren't symmetrical. They're wild things. She added a seed here, a seed there. She let them cluster together in the deep part of the stain and scatter loosely toward the edges, just like real seeds spilling from a cracked rind. The silence of the room was replaced by a new sound, not the heavy thwack of the loom's beater, but the soft, rapid swish-pop of the needle. It was a quieter rhythm, a more intimate rhythm. As the cluster of seeds grew, Lydia realised something profound. She was no longer hiding the stain. She was highlighting it. If she had tried to patch it with white wool, the eye would have been drawn to the patch, sensing the deception. The eye would have said, "Something is wrong here." But by adding the gold, by adding the detail, she was telling the eye, "Look here, look at this." She was taking the worst part of the carpet, the part that was the source of her shame, and turning it into the focal point. She was crowning the disaster. She stopped for a moment to rethread her needle. She looked at her work. It was strange. It was unorthodox. It broke every convention of Roman and Syrian design, but it was alive. Compared to the perfect geometric star she had woven in the centre, which now looked stiff and cold, this burst fruit felt vibrant. It felt urgent. It looked like it was exploding with sweetness. Lydia picked up a skein of dark purple wool. She began to stitch around the edges of the red stain, outlining the jagged shape. Instead of smoothing out the irregular edges, she emphasised them. She gave the fruit a skin. She made the jagged tear look like a deliberate rip, a window into the soul of the fruit. She was not just fixing a carpet. She was telling a story. It was the story of the last 40 days. The red was the pain, the purple was the bruising, but the gold was the hope that refused to die. Hours passed. The lamp burned lower, but Lydia did not notice the fatigue. She was riding a wave of creative defiance. "You wanted to ruin me?" she whispered to the invisible forces of fate. "You wanted to make a mess." She pulled the needle through, tightening a knot of gold. "Fine. I will make your mess into a masterpiece." She was no longer the victim of the accident. She was the master of it, for the first time since Elias was taken. Lydia smiled. It wasn't a happy smile, exactly. It was a fierce, crooked smile. The smile of a woman who has found a weapon in the ashes. She reached for more gold thread. The night was long, but her needle was sharp, and she had a lot of seeds to plant. The night deepened, but the room felt brighter than it had at noon. Lydia was no longer sitting on the floor of a debtor's house in Damascus. She was adrift in that rare, sacred current that artists and craftsmen call the flow. It is a state of being where time ceases to be a linear measurement of hours and minutes. It becomes a fluid element, like water. Supporting the swimmer, hunger disappears, thirst disappears. The ache in the back and the sting in the eyes dissolve into background noise, irrelevant to the singular purpose of the hand. Lydia was dancing. She was dancing with a needle. She had finished the seeds, a cluster of golden knots that shimmered with a defiant light in the heart of the crimson stain. Now, she needed to connect this wild, burst fruit to the rest of the ordered world she had woven. She dug into her basket again. She found a ball of green wool. It was not the bright, verdant green of spring grass. It was a dark, complex olive green, the colour of leaves that have survived a long summer, the colour of endurance. She threaded the needle. "Now," she whispered, "let us grow." She began to stitch vines. In the original design of the carpet, the one she had laboured over for months, the vines were geometric. They were perfect, angular zigzags confined strictly within the borders. They followed the rules. They marched in a straight line. But these new vines, these were different. Lydia started the stitch at the base of the pomegranate. She used a stem stitch, overlapping the threads to create a twisted, rope-like texture that felt strong to the touch. She let the vine wander. It snaked out from the red wound, moving with an organic, unpredictable curve. It didn't care about the grid of the warp and weft. It crawled over the top of the stiff, felted wool. It reached out toward the pristine white areas that were still untouched. It was a rebellion against geometry. Lydia watched her own hand with a sense of detachment, as if she were merely the observer of a miracle. The vine grew leaves, small, satin-stitched ovals of olive green that lay flat and smooth against the bumpy texture of the carpet. She stitched a leaf that curled upward, as if reaching for the sun. She stitched another that drooped downward, heavy with invisible rain. She was stitching her own life. The straight lines of the original carpet represented the life she thought she was supposed to have, orderly, predictable, safe. The life where she paid her debts, cooked the meals, and grew old in a quiet house. But the vine was the life she actually had. Twisted, turning unexpectedly, growing out of a mess. Swish, pop, swish, pop. The sound was hypnotic. As she worked, she began to understand the true nature of the carpet she was creating. Before the accident, the carpet had been a monologue. It was Lydia saying, "Look how perfect I am, look how skilled I am." It was a performance. Now, the carpet was a dialogue. It was a conversation between the weaver, her past self, and the embroiderer, her present self. The weaver had provided the structure, the canvas, the discipline. The weaver had endured the long nights to create the white field. The embroiderer was providing the commentary. She was saying, "Yes, the structure is good, but look what happens when the structure breaks. Look what grows from the cracks." The vine extended further. It crossed the boundary of the stain. It reached into the clean, cream-coloured wool. Lydia hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was she allowed to mar the clean wool? Then she smiled. A small, secret smile. She pushed the needle through the white wool. She didn't stop the vine at the edge of the disaster. She let it grow out of the disaster and integrate into the perfection. She was weaving the two worlds together. The pain was not isolated. It was the root system for the beauty that was spreading into the rest of the piece. She added tendrils, fine, delicate spirals of green thread that looked like the curly grasp of a grapevine seeking purchase on a wall. They wrapped around the rigid, geometric shapes of the original background, softening their hard edges. It was a conquest. The organic was overtaking the mechanical. Grace was overtaking law. The lamp flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to dance along with the thread. The oil was nearly gone, but Lydia didn't need much light anymore. She knew where the needle needed to go. She could feel it. She paused to run her fingertips over the work. It was a landscape of textures. Her finger slid over the smooth, flat weave of the white background. Then it hit the rough, raised ridge of the green vine. Then it dipped into the wound of the red stain, feeling the stiffness of the dyed wool. And finally, it brushed against the hard, jewel-like knots of the gold seeds. It was a braille of emotion. A blind man could read this carpet and know the story of a heart that had broken and healed. It is better, she realized with a jolt of shock. The thought was heretical, but it rang with the clarity of a bell. The perfect carpet would have been admirable. It would have been expensive. It would have been walked upon by Roman sandals and admired for its symmetry. But this carpet had a soul. This carpet had gravity. It drew the eye. You couldn't just glance at it and look away. The eye got caught in the complexity of the centre. It demanded attention. It demanded to be understood. Lydia tied off the last green thread on the underside of the carpet. She snipped it with her teeth, a peasant habit she usually suppressed. But tonight she didn't care. She turned the carpet over and laid it flat on the floor. She stood up, her knees cracking loudly in the quiet room. She stretched her arms high above her head, her shadow stretching up the wall to the ceiling. She looked down at her work. The stain was gone. In its place was a garden. A wild, defiant, crimson and gold garden growing in the middle of a desert of wool. It didn't look like a patch. It didn't look like a fix. It looked inevitable. It looked as if the entire carpet had been designed solely to frame this single explosion of life. The geometric borders, which had once seemed so important, now served as a humble frame for the chaotic beauty of the centre. Lydia let out a breath she felt she had been holding for 3 days. The panic was gone. The shame was gone. In their place was a quiet, vibrating exhaustion, and something else, a strange, fierce pride. Not the vanity of the perfectionist, but the sturdy pride of the survivor. She walked to the window and opened the shutter. The sky was turning the colour of a bruised plum. The dawn was coming. The same sun that had mocked her yesterday was about to rise. But today, Lydia was ready to meet it. She was no longer hiding in the dark. She looked at her hands. They were still stained with red dye, and now they were cramped from holding the needle. But they were steady. "I have 5 days left," she whispered to the morning star. She still had to finish the rest of the carpet. There was still background to weave. There were still borders to complete. But the heavy lifting was done. The heart of the carpet was finished, and it was beating. The sun rose, declaring the start of the first of the final 5 days. It was no longer the accuser that had illuminated the stain. It was now a clock, a giant burning sundial moving across the sky, indifferent to the ache in human bones or the desperation of human hearts. Lydia stood before the loom. The centre, the crimson and gold explosion of the pomegranate, was finished. It glowed with a strange, fierce life in the middle of the carpet. But above it, the warp threads still stretched upward to the top beam, empty and naked. They looked like the strings of a silent harp, just waiting for the musician's hand. There was still a third of the carpet to weave. Usually, a weaver would pace herself. She would take breaks for tea. She would stretch her back. She would chat with neighbours through the window. But Lydia was no longer a weaver. She was a runner in the final lap of a marathon. She sat down on the stool. She picked up the shuttle, loaded with the cream-coloured wool. "Now," she said. The rhythm began. But it was different from before. Before, it had been a rhythm of anxiety, frantic and jagged. Now, it was the rhythm of a machine. It was cold, efficient, and relentless. Thwack. Hiss. Click. She had to transition back from the wild freedom of the embroidery to the strict discipline of the weave. She had to leave the garden and return to the grid. It was a jarring mental shift. Her mind, still swimming in the organic curves of the vines, had to snap back into the binary logic of over-under, over-under. The white wool began to fill the space above the medallion. Inch by inch, the naked strings were covered. The snow was burying the garden, framing it, protecting it. Day one passed in a blur of white noise. Lydia did not leave the stool. She ate a handful of dried dates while her hands kept moving. She drank water from a jug she kept by her feet. When the sun went down, she lit the lamp and kept going until her eyes refused to focus. Day 2. The pain arrived. It wasn't the sharp pain of injury, it was the dull, grinding roar of structural failure. Her shoulders felt as if they were being pulled from their sockets. Her lower back was a knot of fire. The tips of her fingers were raw, the skin worn thin by the friction of the wool, but Lydia treated her body like a separate entity, a tool that was malfunctioning but still usable. "Hold together," she whispered to her hands. "Just a little longer." She was weaving the top corners now, reintroducing the indigo border pattern. The complex geometric vines had to mirror exactly the bottom border she had woven weeks ago. She had to count. 3 blue, 2 white, 1 green. If she miscounted now, the symmetry would be broken, and the wild centre would look like a mistake rather than a choice. The frame had to be perfect to justify the chaos inside it. Day 3. The heat. The desert wind died, and the air in the room became stagnant and thick. Sweat ran down Lydia's back, soaking her tunic. Dust motes danced in the heavy air, sticking to her wet skin. She was weaving in a trance. She started talking to Elias. "I am coming," she murmured, passing the shuttle. "I am building the road." She imagined him in the dark cell. She imagined him sensing her effort, like a vibration in the earth. She imagined that every row she finished was a link in his chain breaking. Day 4. The materials were running low. She had just enough indigo, just enough cream. There was no margin for error. She couldn't afford to waste an inch of yarn. She wove with a terrifying frugality, packing the weft tightly to conserve length. The carpet was nearly done. It was climbing the loom, higher and higher. The working area was now at eye level, then forehead level. She had to reach up, her arms heavy as lead, to beat the weft down. Day 5. The final inches. Any weaver knows that the last inch is the hardest mile. The tension on the warp threads was extreme. The space between the woven fabric and the top beam was tiny. There was no room for the shuttle to pass comfortably. Lydia had to abandon the shuttle. She wound small butterflies of yarn around her fingers. She had to pick the thread through the shed manually, over and under, painfully slow. Pick, pull, beat. She used a heavy iron comb to pack the threads, pounding them down with force. Clang, clang. The sun was setting on the final day. The light was turning golden red, matching the colour of the pomegranate heart. 3 more rows, she gasped. Her fingers were bleeding. A small smear of blood appeared on the white wool near the top edge. She didn't panic. She simply licked her finger and wiped it away instantly. She would not let this carpet be stained again. Not by carelessness. Row 1. The indigo border was finished. Row 2. The final locking weft. Row 3. The end? Lydia pulled the last thread through. She tied off the knot. She dropped her hands. They fell into her lap like dead birds. The room was silent. The thwack hiss click that had defined her existence for 40 days was gone. She stared at the top beam. There was no more space. The carpet was full. It was done. Lydia didn't cheer. She didn't cry. She felt a strange hollow lightness, as if she might float away. She stood up. Her legs trembled violently. She had to hold onto the loom to keep from falling. She took the heavy knife from the table. This was the moment of birth, the moment the creation is separated from the creator. She reached up and cut the warp threads attached to the top beam. Snip, snip, snip. The sound was sharp and final. As each group of threads was cut, the tension released with a soft sigh. The carpet slumped forward, heavy and limp. She knelt down and cut the bottom threads. The carpet fell free. It lay in a heap on the earthen floor. Lydia dropped the knife. She grabbed the heavy roll of fabric. With a strength she didn't know she had left, she dragged it to the centre of the room, under the fading light of the window. She unrolled it. She needed to see it. All of it. Together. It unfurled across the floor. The indigo borders were strong and dark, framing the piece with authority. The creamy white field was vast and pure, shimmering like moonlight. And there, in the centre, was the explosion. The crimson pomegranate, shattered and bleeding, with its seeds of gold and its vines of wild green reaching out, claiming the space, turning the tragedy into a triumph. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen. It was weird. It was intense. It was beautiful. It looked like a prayer that had been answered with fire. Lydia fell to her knees beside it. She ran her hand over the textures, the smooth weave, the rough embroidery, the raised knots. She was too tired to feel joy. She only felt a deep, resonating relief. "It is finished," she whispered. She curled up on the floor, right next to the carpet. She didn't cover it this time. She wanted it to be the first thing she saw when she woke. Tomorrow was the day of tribute. Tomorrow she would face the governor. Tomorrow she would face Simon. But tonight, the race was over. The sun had set, and she had beaten it. Lydia closed her eyes. The scent of the wool and the metallic tang of the dye filled her nose, the perfume of her victory. She slept. And this time, her sleep was dreamless and deep, the sleep of the just. The morning of the day of tribute did not dawn with trumpets or fanfare. It arrived with a pale, grey stillness, a hush that lay over the rooftops of Damascus like a held breath. Lydia woke before the birds. She rose from the floor, her body stiff and groaning, protesting the abuse of the last week. But her mind was clear. The fever of creation had broken, leaving behind a cool, crystalline resolve. Today was the day of reckoning. She did not look at the carpet immediately. Instead, she turned her attention to herself. For 7 days, she had been a machine of production, ignoring her own needs. She was covered in dust, sweat, and the faint coppery smell of the dye. If she was to stand before the governor, a man who represented the power of Rome, she could not look like a desperate beggar. She had to look like an artisan. She went to the courtyard. The water in the clay jar was cold, biting her skin as she splashed it over her face and arms. She took a small piece of rough pumice stone and began to scrub her hands. She scrubbed the calluses. She scrubbed the dried indigo stains on her knuckles. She scrubbed the faint red shadow of the madder root from her cuticles. She could not erase the labour from her hands. The swollen joints and the small cuts were badges of her trade, but she could make them clean. She returned to the room and opened her wooden chest. From the bottom, beneath the layers of patched wool, she pulled out her finest tunic. It was simple linen, bleached white, with a modest embroidery of blue thread around the neckline, work she had done years ago, in happier times. She put it on. The fabric felt cool and smooth against her skin, a stark contrast to the rough work clothes she had lived in. She brushed her hair until it shone, braiding it tightly and pinning it up with the silver comb her mother had given her. She looked at her reflection in the small polished copper mirror. The woman staring back was thin. Her cheekbones were sharp, shadowing her face. Her eyes were dark circles of fatigue. But there was a steeliness in her gaze that had not been there before. She looked like a woman who had walked through fire and carried the smoke in her clothes. "You are not a slave," she told the reflection. "You are a wife. You are a weaver. She turned to the carpet. It lay on the floor, a pool of colours in the grey morning light. The crimson heart pulsed quietly. Lydia knelt and began to roll it up. She rolled it with the pile facing inward, protecting the delicate surface. As she rolled, the garden disappeared. The gold seeds, the green vines, the red wound, all of it was swallowed up by the backing hidden from view. When it was fully rolled, it was a heavy, thick cylinder, almost as tall as she was. She tied it securely with 3 cords of strong hemp. Then, she wrapped the entire bundle in a protective sheet of coarse burlap. It looked nondescript now, just a heavy load. No one looking at the rough exterior would guess the explosion of beauty hidden inside. It was a secret she carried. Lydia hoisted the carpet onto her shoulder. It was crushing. The weight of the wool, dense and tightly packed, pressed down on her collarbone. She staggered for a moment, finding her centre of gravity. Her knees trembled. This was the weight of Ellis's freedom. It was the weight of 40 days of hunger. It was the weight of her own pride and her own humility, rolled into one. She steadied herself. She locked her knees. "Walk," she commanded. She stepped out of her door and into the street. She did not look back at the empty room or the silent loom. She did not lock the door. If she did not return, well, there was nothing left to steal anyway. The streets of Damascus were just waking up. The air smelled of wood smoke and baking bread. A water carrier passed her, his skin sack sloshing rhythmically. A donkey cart rattled over the cobblestones, laden with baskets of figs. Lydia joined the flow of the city. She kept her head down, her eyes on the stones beneath her feet. Step, breath, step, breath. The journey to the Roman quarter was not long in distance, perhaps a mile, but it was a journey between worlds. She walked through the lower city, the quarter of the poor. Here, the houses were mud brick, huddled together for support. The streets were narrow and crooked. The people she passed wore tunics the colour of dust. They moved with the efficient economy of those who are saving their energy for survival. As she walked, the weight on her shoulder seemed to grow. It dug into her muscle. It compressed her spine. But she did not stop. To stop would be to admit weakness. To put the burden down might mean she wouldn't have the strength to pick it up again. She reached the boundary of the market. The architecture began to change. The mud gave way to limestone. The streets widened. The smell of garbage and animals faded, replaced by the scent of cedar and imported spices. She was entering the sphere of influence of the empire. Here, the people walked differently. They strode. They wore colours: Tyrian purple, saffron yellow, bright crimson. They wore sandals that slapped arrogantly against the pavement. Lydia felt invisible in her plain white linen. She was a ghost passing through a banquet. She felt a flash of fear. What if the guards turned her away? What if she looked too poor, too insignificant to be granted an audience? What if she collapsed right here in the street? She tightened her grip on the burlap bundle. "I carry a garden," she reminded herself. "I carry a king's ransom." She turned the final corner and the governor's palace came into view. It was a fortress of luxury. High walls of white stone rose up, impenetrable and imposing. Roman sentries stood at the gates, their armour gleaming in the sun, their red capes stirring in the breeze. They looked like statues of war, carved from muscle and bronze. This was the place where fates were decided. This was where the tribute was collected. There was a line of people waiting outside the gate. Merchants with carts of grain, potters with jars of oil, wealthy men with chests of silver coins. They stood in the shade of the wall, chatting, fanning themselves, confident in their offerings. Lydia joined the back of the line. She set one end of the carpet down on the ground, leaning it against her leg to relieve the pressure on her shoulder, but she did not let go of it. The merchant in front of her turned. He was a large man, smelling of perfumes and roasted meat. He looked at Lydia, at her pale face, her worn sandals, and the rough burlap bundle. He sneered, a small curling of the lip. "Deliveries for the kitchen are around the back. Woman," he said dismissively. Lydia looked at him. Her eyes were dark and deep, filled with the silence of the last 12 days. "This is not for the kitchen," she said. Her voice was quiet, but it had the ring of iron. "This is for the governor," the merchant laughed. A harsh, barking sound. "That old rug? Did you steal it from a grandmother's tent?" Lydia did not answer. She did not get angry. She simply looked past him, at the great wooden gates reinforced with iron bands. She thought of the broken pomegranate. She thought of the red juice spilling on the grey rock. Let them laugh, she thought. They see the burlap. They do not know the seeds. She stood there, small and silent, in the shadow of the Roman eagle. She waited. The sun climbed higher. The heat began to radiate from the stone walls. The line moved forward, inch by agonizing inch. Lydia closed her eyes for a moment, summoning the image of Elias one last time. "I am at the gate," she whispered to him in her heart. "I have brought the harvest." The guard at the front of the line slammed his spear butt against the ground. "Next!" Lydia opened her eyes and she hoisted the heavy roll back onto her shoulder. She stepped out of the shadow and into the light. She walked toward the gate, toward the judgment, toward the end of the story. The heavy wooden gates groaned open, admitting Lydia into the belly of the beast. She stepped from the blinding white heat of the street into the cool, shadowed sanctity of the inner courtyard. It was like stepping into a different country. The air here was not the dusty, goat-scented air of Damascus. It was perfumed water. It smelled of lemon trees, wet limestone, and the sharp, expensive tang of frankincense burning in bronze braziers. The floor beneath her sandals changed from uneven cobblestones to polished marble tiles, arranged in a dizzying geometric pattern of black and white. It was slippery and cold, a surface designed for soft leather soles, not the calloused feet of a weaver. Lydia hugged the burlap bundle tighter to her chest. In the street, it had looked like a burden. Here, amidst the splendour of Rome, it looked like refuse. She was directed by a silent guard to the waiting area, a long colonnaded loggia that ran the length of the courtyard. Other petitioners were already there, a gallery of the city's elite and the city's desperate, all waiting for the favour of the governor. Lydia found a spot in the corner, in the shadow of a large stone pillar. She set the carpet down on its end, steadying it with her hand. She tried to make herself small. She tried to blend into the stone. She watched. To her left sat a merchant from Tyre. He was dressed in robes of silk so fine they rippled like water when he moved. Beside him sat 2 servants guarding a chest of cedar wood. The lid was open just a crack, revealing the glint of silver goblets. They were perfect, polished to a mirror shine, without a scratch or a dent. To her right was a delegation from a spice guild. They carried alabaster jars sealed with wax. The scent drifting from them was intoxicating, myrrh and cinnamon, the smell of wealth itself. These people had brought the best of the earth. They had brought perfection. Lydia looked down at her bundle. The burlap was coarse and stained with dust. The hemp ropes were frayed, and inside was a carpet that had been ruined, scrubbed, felted, and stitched over like a wound. Doubt, cold and slithering, began to coil in her stomach. "What am I doing here?" she thought. "This is a place for the flawless. This is a place where power respects power." She imagined unrolling her carpet in front of these men. She imagined the silence, the confusion. Why has she brought us a stained rug? She felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to flee. She could leave the carpet here. She could run back to the gate before anyone noticed. She could accept the slavery. At least in slavery, there was no public humiliation. But then, she looked at the face of the merchant from Tyre. He was adjusting his rings. He looked bored. His eyes scanned the courtyard with a weary arrogance, calculating the value of everyone in the room. There was no joy in him. His silver goblets were perfect. Yes, but they were cold. They were objects of status, not objects of love. Lydia touched the rough surface of the burlap. Underneath her hand, through the layers of cloth, she imagined she could feel the heat of the gold seeds she had stitched. My offering is not perfect, she told herself. But it is warm. A heavy set of double doors at the end of the loggia opened. A hush fell over the courtyard. A chamberlain appeared. He was a tall man with a sphere face, holding a scroll. He looked like a man who had never laughed in his life. The Governor Marcus Flaminius will now receive the tribute, he announced. His voice echoed off the marble walls. The merchant from Tyre stood up, signalling his servants. They marched forward, chests held high. They disappeared into the audience chamber. The doors closed. Lydia waited. Time stretched. The fountain in the centre of the courtyard bubbled cheerfully, a sound that seemed to mock the tension in the air. 10 minutes passed. The doors opened. The merchant emerged. He looked pleased. He was clutching a small scroll, a receipt of favour. He had bought his standing. Next, the chamberlain called, the Guild of Spices. They went in, they came out. Another transaction completed. Lydia watched the parade. It was a conveyor belt of excellence. Gold, ivory, fine linen. Every object that went through those doors was a testament to human mastery and control. Lydia felt her own offering shrinking. In her small room, under the candlelight, the pomegranate had seemed bold and beautiful. Here, under the gaze of Rome, it felt like a child's scribbling. They will not understand, the fear whispered. They will see only the failure. She looked at her hands. The pumice stone had cleaned them, but the scars remained. The small burn on her wrist, the needle pricks on her fingertips. Honesty, Elias had said. She wasn't here to impress them with her wealth. She was here to pay a ransom with her life. Lydia of the Weavers' Quarter. The name rang out. It sounded out of place in the marble hall, like a rough stone dropped on a glass table. Lydia jerked her head up. The chamberlain was looking at her. His eyes flicked over her plain dress, her worn sandals, and the burlap bundle. His expression was unreadable, but there was a hint of impatience in the set of his jaw. Lydia, he repeated. The governor waits. The moment had come. Lydia stood up. She hoisted the carpet onto her shoulder. It felt heavier than before, laden with the weight of her doubt. She walked past the merchant from Tyre, who was counting his coins. She walked past the spice sellers. She walked past the fountain. The long walk to the double doors felt like walking to the gallows. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape. Thump, 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 thump. She reached the threshold. The guard stepped aside. The chamberlain looked down at her. "Is this it?" he asked, gesturing to the bundle. "You have no servants to carry it?" "I am the servant," Lydia said softly, "and I am the master. It is my own handiwork." The chamberlain raised an eyebrow, but he gestured for her to enter. "Proceed." Lydia took a deep breath. She filled her lungs with the scented air, trying to find a molecule of courage. She stepped across the threshold. The doors swung shut behind her with a heavy, final boom, sealing out the light of the courtyard, sealing out the world of the ordinary. She was alone now, alone with the Empire, alone with her crimson thread. The room was not a hall of light, it was a cavern of shadows. The heavy doors sealed shut behind Lydia, cutting off the noise of the courtyard, the splash of the fountain, and the murmur of the crowd. The silence that remained was absolute. It was the silence of a library, or a crypt. Lydia stood at the threshold, blinking in the dimness. The audience chamber was vast, a high-ceilinged space built of dark, polished basalt that seemed to drink the light. High above, narrow clerestory windows let in thin shafts of dusty sun, which fell like pillars of light onto the black floor. At the far end of the room, raised on a low dais, sat a man. Governor Marcus Flaminius did not look like the terrifying tyrant of Lydia's nightmares. He did not look like the symbol of Rome's crushing heel. He looked like a man who had forgotten how to sleep. He sat slumped in a high-backed chair of carved cedar, his elbow resting on the armrest, his hand supporting a forehead that was deeply etched with lines. He was not wearing the ceremonial breastplate of a general, but a simple white toga, loosely draped. A goblet of wine sat untouched on a small table beside him. He did not look up when Lydia entered. He was staring at the floor, lost in a private geography of thought. Lydia hesitated. The distance between the door and the dais felt like a desert crossing. The sound of her own breathing seemed deafening in the acoustic perfection of the room. "Approach," a voice said from the shadows near the wall. It was a scribe, standing discreetly with a stylus and tablet. Lydia adjusted the crushing weight of the carpet on her shoulder. She stepped forward. Clack, clack, clack. Her sandal struck the stone floor. The echo was lonely and sharp. She walked until she was 10 paces from the dais. There. She stopped. She lowered the carpet to the floor. It landed with a heavy, muffled thud, a sound of earth and wool intruding on the stone and silence. Lydia knelt, bowing her head until her forehead touched the cold basalt. "Rise," the governor said. His voice was low, gravelled with fatigue. It was the voice of a man who had given too many orders and received too many lies. Lydia stood. For the first time, she looked directly at him. Marcus Flaminius had the face of a Roman statue that had been left out in the rain for too many years. His features were noble, a strong nose, a square jaw, but they were eroded by a deep, pervasive weariness. His eyes were grey, the colour of a winter sea, and they held a strange, dull emptiness. He looked at Lydia. He did not see a weaver. He saw a nuisance. He saw another petitioner begging for a favour, another merchant haggling over taxes. "Speak," he said, waving a hand vaguely. "What is the nature of your tribute?" "I am Lydia," she said. Her voice trembled, then steadied. "Wife of Elias, the debtor, I have brought the payment." Marcus sighed. He picked up the goblet, swirled the wine, but did not drink. "We have warehouses full of grain. Lydia, we have cellars full of oil. Unless you have brought gold, I fear your journey has been wasted." "I have not brought gold, my lord," Lydia said. "I have brought a story." Marcus let out a short, dry laugh. It was a sound devoid of humour. "Stories," he said, shaking his head. "Everyone in Damascus has a story. They're usually tragedies, and they're usually boring. I've no need for stories, I have need of order." He leaned back, closing his eyes. "Leave your bundle with the scribe. If it has value, it will be credited. If not..." He trailed off, the sentence hanging in the air like a threat. It was a dismissal. He hadn't even looked at it. He was going to consign her life's work to a pile of forgotten goods without even unwrapping it. The fear that had been gnawing at Lydia's stomach turned into something else. It turned into the same fierce heat that had driven her needle for the last 7 nights. She did not move toward the scribe. She moved toward the bundle. "It is not for the scribe," she said clearly. Marcus opened his eyes. A flicker of surprise or perhaps annoyance crossed his face. No one spoke back to the governor. Lydia knelt beside the burlap roll. Her hands, cleaned with pumice but still strong and scarred, began to work the knots of the hemp rope. "It is for the eyes that can see," she whispered. She pulled the ropes free. She peeled back the rough, dirty burlap, revealing the thick roll of the carpet inside. The smell of the wool released into the room, lanolin, madder root, indigo. It was a rustic, earthy scent that cut through the sterile perfume of the palace. Marcus watched her, his curiosity mildly piqued by her defiance. Lydia stood up. She positioned the roll so that it would unfurl toward the dais, toward the feet of the man who held the keys to the prison. She looked at the governor. "You seek order, my lord," she said. "But life is not order." She lifted her foot and gave the carpet a sharp, practiced kick. Whoosh! The heavy roll caught the momentum. It uncurled across the black stone floor with a heavy, satisfying sound. It rolled past the scribe. It rolled past the steps of the dais. It came to rest just feet from where Marcus sat. And there it lay. The indigo borders, straight and strong. The white field, vast and snowy. And the centre, the explosion. The crimson pomegranate, bursting open. The gold seeds glittering in the shaft of sunlight that fell from the window. The wild green vines crawling out of the wound, reaching for the light. It lay on the dark floor like a burning coal. The room fell silent. But this time, it was not the silence of a library. It was the silence of a lightning strike. Lydia stood at the bottom of the carpet, her hands clasped in front of her, her breath held tight in her chest. She watched the governor. Marcus Flaminius sat frozen. The goblet of wine hovered halfway to his lips. His eyes were wide, fixed on the red stain that had become a garden. He did not speak. He did not blink. For a long moment, the only movement in the room was the slow dance of the dust motes in the light, settling on the gold threads of the pomegranate seeds. The man in the shadows was looking at the light. The silence in the chamber stretched taut. A bowstring pulled to its breaking point. Governor Marcus Flaminius rose from his cedar chair. The movement was slow, almost painful, as if gravity pulled harder on him than on other men. He set the goblet down on the table with a sharp clink. He descended the 3 stone steps of the dais. Lydia watched him come. He was taller than he appeared while seated. His toga brushed against the black basalt floor with a soft, whispering sound. He did not look at her. His gaze was locked on the carpet, specifically on the crimson wound in its centre. He stopped at the edge of the wall. To Lydia, standing on the other side, he looked like a giant looming over a map of a conquered territory. She held her breath, her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles turned white. Marcus did not kick the carpet away. He did not call for the guards. Instead, he did something that made the scribe in the corner gasp audibly. The governor of Damascus knelt. He lowered himself onto one knee, disregarding the dust of the journey that still clung to the fibres. He reached out a hand that had signed death warrants and trade treaties, and touched the centre of the design. His fingers traced the raised, golden knots of the seeds. They moved over the rough, felted texture of the red wool. They followed the wandering path of the green vines that crawled into the white field. "I know the weavers of this city," Marcus said softly. His voice was not projected for the room. It was intimate, spoken directly to the floor. "I know their patterns, the endless geometric stars, the rigid borders, the obsession with symmetry." He looked up then, his grey eyes locking onto Lydia's. "This is not Roman. It is not Syrian. It is not Persian." He paused, his finger resting on a jagged edge of the purple outline. "What is this?" he asked. "Is it a new fashion from the East? A technique I do not know?" Lydia's heart hammered against her ribs. This was the crossroads. She could lie. She could tell him it was a rare design from a distant land, a technique known only to the masters of the high mountains. She could spin a tale of mysticism and ancient tradition. He would likely believe her. He was a Roman. He respected the exotic. It would be the safe path. It would be the sales pitch. But she looked at the carpet. It was the most honest thing she had ever made. To lie about it now would be to undo the work. It would be to sever the green vine she had so carefully stitched. She remembered the lavender field. Honesty is better than perfection. Lydia swallowed the lump in her throat. She straightened her spine. "It is not a technique, my lord," she said clearly. "It is a mistake." The scribe in the corner stopped writing. The silence in the room deepened, becoming dangerous. Marcus tilted his head slightly. "A mistake?" "I was tired," Lydia confessed. The words tumbled out now, a river breaking a dam. "I was working toward a deadline I could not meet. I fell asleep at the loom. I knocked over a jar of madder dye." She gestured to the red explosion. "This is not a design. It is a spill. It is a ruin. I tried to scrub it out, and I made it worse. I tried to clean it, and I destroyed the texture." Marcus looked back down at the carpet. He ran his thumb over the rough patch where she had used the lye soap. "It is ruined," he murmured. "And yet, you brought it to me." "I had nothing else," Lydia said. "I have no gold. I have no grain. I have only this carpet and the debt that binds my husband." She took a step forward, her voice gaining strength. "I nearly cut it out. I nearly threw it away. But then I saw the shape. I saw that the stain looked like a fruit that had fallen and burst open." She pointed to the gold knots. "So I did not hide it. I embroidered it. I gave it seeds. I gave it vines. I decided that if I could not fix the past, I would build a new future on top of it." She looked him in the eye. "It is a broken thing, my lord. But I believe the treasure is in the breaking. The seeds cannot grow unless the skin splits." Marcus remained kneeling. He was staring at the carpet with an intensity that was unnerving. His face was a mask of stone, unreadable. Lydia felt a cold sweat prickle on her neck. She had said too much. She had admitted incompetence. She had admitted that this tribute was actually damaged goods. In the eyes of the law, she had insulted the governor. She waited for the anger. She waited for him to stand up and shout, "How dare you bring me your trash?" But Marcus did not shout. He traced the curve of a green vine that reached out from the red stain into the white wool. "The treasure is in the breaking," he repeated slowly. The word sounded strange in his mouth, foreign to the Latin tongue of order and conquest. He looked at the white, perfect section of the carpet. "My life is like this white wool," he said, almost to himself. "Rome demands marble. Rome demands straight roads. Rome demands that we show no weakness, no cracks, no stains." He pressed his hand flat against the red, chaotic centre. But inside, he stopped, his jaw tightened. A shadow passed over his face, a flicker of pain so raw and deep that Lydia felt like an intruder for witnessing it. He stood up abruptly. The moment of vulnerability vanished, replaced by the mask of the governor. He turned his back on her and walked up the steps to his chair. He did not sit. He stood with his back to the room, looking up at the high window. "You are a brave woman, Lydia," he said, his voice echoing off the walls. "Or a foolish one. To bring a Roman governor a testament to failure." "It is a testament to survival," Lydia corrected him softly. Marcus turned around. His eyes were hard again, assessing. "And you think this accident holds enough value to pay the debt of a prisoner?" "I do not know the value of gold," Lydia said. "I only know the value of the labour. I know that I wove the white in fear, but I stitched the gold in hope. I leave the judgment of value to you." Marcus looked at the carpet one last time. It lay there, vibrant and unapologetic. It made the rest of the room, the black stone, the perfect columns, look sterile and dead. He looked at the scribe. "Record the entry," Marcus commanded. The scribe poised his stylus. "What is the classification, my lord? Damaged goods, raw materials?" Marcus paused. He looked at the pomegranate. He looked at the way the light caught the gold seeds, making them burn like little stars in the darkness. "No," Marcus said. "Classify it as art." He turned to Lydia. "Leave it. Go to the outer courtyard. Wait for the decision." Lydia bowed low. Her heart was racing so fast she felt dizzy. She had told the truth, and she was still alive. She backed away toward the heavy doors. As she reached the threshold, she looked back. The governor was standing alone in the vast, empty room. He was looking down at the carpet. And in the dim light, Lydia thought she saw his shoulders slump, just a fraction. He looked less like a ruler of the world, and more like a man standing at the edge of a precipice, wondering if he dared to jump. She pushed the doors open and stepped back into the world of noise. The heavy double doors swung shut behind Lydia with a finality that vibrated in her teeth. She was back in the courtyard. The transition was violent. One moment, she had been in the cool, silent womb of the audience chamber, speaking of souls and scars. The next, she was thrust back into the blinding white noise of the Roman machine. The sun was at its zenith now, The marble floor, which had been cool in the morning shadows, was radiating heat like a baker's oven. The smell of frankincense was gone, replaced by the smell of roasted meat from a nearby vendor and the sweat of 100 anxious petitioners. Lydia walked to a stone bench near the perimeter wall and sat down. Her legs, which had held her upright through the sheer force of adrenaline, finally gave way. They shook uncontrollably, a tremor rattling her knees under the thin linen of her tunic. She felt lightheaded. It was the crash after the crisis. She looked at her hands. They were empty. The weight of the carpet was gone. For 40 days, that weight had defined her. It had been her burden, her companion, her enemy, and her child. Now, it belonged to the Empire. It was lying on a black stone floor, unrolled and vulnerable, subject to the gaze of a man who could burn it or treasure it on a whim. Classify it as art, he had said. Lydia replayed the words in her mind, turning them over like strange coins. Was it a compliment, or was it a Roman pleasantry, a polite way of categorizing something useless? Grain was useful. Oil was useful. Art was a luxury for men who had no debts. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the warm stone wall. Now began the torture of the wait. Waiting is a specific kind of suffering. It is active, not passive. It is the work of holding the breath. It is the work of keeping the imagination from running down dark alleys. Time in the courtyard moved with agonizing slowness. She watched a beetle crawl across the white marble tiles. It moved with determination, navigating the vast, hot expanse, oblivious to the sandals of the giants stomping around it. Lydia felt a kinship with the insect. Just keep moving, she thought. Do not get stepped on. Across the courtyard, the merchant from Tyre, the one with the silver goblets, was still there. He was arguing with a clerk about a tax receipt. His voice was loud, demanding. He was a man who believed the world owed him an explanation. Lydia had no such belief. She knew the world owed her nothing. She was the one in debt. An hour passed, then 2. The sun began its slow descent, shifting the shadows of the columns. The crowd thinned. The potters left. Their jars sold. The farmers left, their carts empty. Lydia remained. Hunger returned, a sharp, twisting cramp. She had not eaten since yesterday's crust of bread. But she ignored it. She was feasting on anxiety. What if he changes his mind? The voice of fear whispered. What if the scribe convinces him it is worthless? What if they are laughing at it right now? She imagined the chamberlain coming out, throwing the rolled-up carpet at her feet. Take your trash and go. If that happened, it was over. There was no plan B. There was no other carpet. There was only the prison cell and the slow death of a good man. She looked toward the iron gate, the main exit of the palace. Beyond it lay the city. Beyond it lay the prison. She felt a sudden, fierce urge to stand up and bang on the audience chamber doors, to demand an answer. Tell me, do I have a husband or do I have a memory? But she stayed seated. She folded her hands in her lap. She practiced the discipline of the weaver. Patience, one thread at a time, 1 minute at a time. The fountain bubbled. Splash, splash, splash. It sounded like the counting of coins. Suddenly, the heavy doors opened. Lydia sat up straight. Her heart leapt into her throat. It was the chamberlain, the tall, severe man who never laughed. He stepped out into the loggia. He held a small scroll in one hand and a leather pouch in the other. He looked around the courtyard. His eyes scanned the remaining petitioners, the arguing merchant, a sleeping beggar, a group of soldiers. Then his gaze landed on Lydia. He did not beckon her. He began to walk toward her. His stride was purposeful. His sandals clicked rhythmically on the marble. Clack, clack, clack. Lydia stood up. She grabbed the edge of the stone bench to steady herself. The chamberlain stopped 3 paces from her. He looked down at her. His face was unreadable. a mask of bureaucratic efficiency. "Lydia of the Weavers' Quarter," he stated. "I am she," Lydia whispered. The Chamberlain extended his hand. He offered her the scroll first. "The governor has inspected your tribute," he said. His voice was dry, devoid of emotion. "He has accepted it." Lydia's knees nearly buckled. Accepted. The word washed over her like cool water. "However," the Chamberlain continued, "there is a discrepancy." The cold fear snapped back instantly. "A discrepancy?" "The valuation," the Chamberlain said. "The standard tribute for a debt of this magnitude is calculated based on the market value of goods. Grain oil, standard textiles." "Nah." He paused, looking at the scroll. "The governor has determined that your submission does not fall under standard textiles. He has declared it a work of unique cultural significance." Lydia stared at him. She didn't understand the words. Was this a rejection? "Therefore," the Chamberlain said, "the standard valuation table does not apply." He lifted the leather pouch. It was heavy. It bulged. "The governor has purchased the piece for his private collection. He has set the price at 5 times the standard rate." Lydia stopped breathing. 5 times. The Chamberlain held out the pouch. "Here is the surplus. The debt to the state is cleared. The principal is paid. The interest is paid. The prison fees are paid." He dropped the heavy pouch into Lydia's trembling hands. It felt impossibly heavy. It was the weight of life. "And this," the Chamberlain said, handing her the scroll, "is the writ of release. It bears the governor's seal. Present this to the warden of the citadel, and your husband will be discharged immediately." Lydia looked at the scroll. The wax seal was red, the same red as the madder root, the same red as the pomegranate. She looked up at the Chamberlain. Tears were blurring her vision, turning his severe face into a watery ghost. "Why?" she managed to choke out. "Why did he do this?" The Chamberlain's mask slipped, just for a fraction of a second. A look of genuine curiosity crossed his features. "I have served Marcus Flaminius for 10 years, the Chamberlain said quietly. "I have seen him receive chests of gold and jewels without blinking. I have never seen him kneel on the floor." He glanced back at the closed doors of the audience chamber. "You touched something in him. Weaver. I do not know what it was. But he sat in that chair and stared at your mistake for a long time after you left." He turned back to her. "Go, before the sun sets. The warden does not like late visitors." He turned on his heel and walked away, his duty discharged. Lydia stood alone in the courtyard. She held the pouch of coins in one hand and the paper of freedom in the other. She looked at the sky. It was turning gold and violet, the exact colours of her carpet. She didn't shout. She didn't dance. She simply closed her eyes and let the tears fall. They ran down her dusty cheeks, washing away the fear, washing away the shame. "It is finished," she whispered, echoing the words she had said to the loom. She opened her eyes. She turned toward the iron gate. She did not walk like a beggar now. She did not walk like a ghost. She walked like a woman who had wrestled with the angel and won. She walked like a wife who was going to claim her husband. She walked toward the prison, and her steps were light, for she was carrying the keys to the kingdom. The courtyard was empty. Lydia was gone. The Chamberlain was gone. The heavy double doors of the audience chamber were bolted shut from the inside. Governor Marcus Flaminius was alone. He was a man who commanded a legion. He governed a province. He held the power of life and death in his signet ring. But in this vast, echoing hall of black basalt, he looked like a man who had lost his way. He did not return to his cedar chair. The chair was for the governor. The man, the father, had no use for it. He sat on the steps of the dais, his white toga pooling around him like a shroud. Before him lay the carpet, in the silence, stripped of the petitioner's voice and the scribe's scratching stylus. The object seemed to vibrate. The crimson pomegranate in the centre burned with a quiet, persistent fire. Marcus reached out and picked up the goblet of wine he had ignored earlier. He took a sip. The Falernian vintage was expensive, complex, and aged to perfection. It tasted like ash in his mouth. He set it down. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, staring at the jagged, embroidered wound in the wool. "The treasure is in the breaking," she'd said. The words echoed in the stone chamber, bouncing off the walls. Refusing to fade, Marcus closed his eyes, and as he did, the defences of the Roman general crumbled. The marble mask cracked. He was not in Damascus anymore. He was back in Rome 3 years ago. He was standing in the atrium of his family villa. The air smelled of rain and wet marble. A messenger stood before him, a young centurion, mud-spattered and trembling, holding a helmet. The helmet was dented. The plume was torn. It belonged to Lucius, his only son. Lucius was 19. He was not a warrior. He was a boy who loved poetry, who played the lyre, who spent hours watching the clouds. He was soft, Marcus had thought. He was unperfect for a Roman lineage that demanded iron and blood. Marcus remembered the arguments, the shouting matches in the library. "You must toughen up. Lucius, you must be a man. You must fit the mould." He had pushed the boy. He had forced him into the legion. He had sent him to the German frontier, and believing that the harsh discipline of the North would hammer the softness out of him, would weave him into a proper, symmetrical Roman citizen. And the North had broken him, not in battle, not with glory, but in a chaotic, messy skirmish in a muddy forest, a pointless ambush, a spear in the dark. The messenger had said it was quick. But Marcus knew better. Death is never quick for the father left behind. Lucius had returned to Rome not as a hero, but as ashes in an urn. And Marcus had been trying to clean the stain ever since. He had tried to scrub the memory of his own harshness. He had tried to bleach the guilt with duty. He had thrown himself into his work, governing Damascus with a rigid, terrifying obsession for order. He demanded straight roads. He demanded perfect taxes. He demanded that the world be a grid, because if the world was a grid, maybe the chaos of his son's death could be contained. He had been trying to weave a perfect white carpet over a bleeding wound. Marcus opened his eyes. A single tear, hot and heavy, escaped and tracked through the dust on his cheek. He looked at Lydia's carpet. He saw the mistake, the spilled dye, the ruin. It was Lucius, the jagged, irregular shape of the stain. It was the messiness of his son's life, the refusal to fit into the box, the failure to be a perfect soldier. But then he looked at what the woman had done. She hadn't hidden it. She hadn't apologized for it. She'd taken gold thread, the most precious thing she had, and she'd honored the break. She had turned the wound into a garden. She had said, "Here, in this broken place, is where the seeds grow." Marcus reached out and touched the gold knots. For 3 years he had been ashamed of his son's softness. He had been ashamed of the tragedy. But looking at this masterpiece of grief, he realized the truth. Lucius's softness was not a flaw. It was the gold. His love for poetry, his gentle heart, those were the seeds. And Marcus, in his blindness, had tried to scrub them out. "I'm sorry," Marcus whispered to the empty room. It was the confession he'd never made to the urn. He ran his hand over the green vines that crawled out of the red stain into the white wool. The vines represented life continuing, life growing out of the grief, not despite it. Lydia, this peasant weaver, this woman with scarred hands, had done what the philosophers of Rome could not do. She had given him permission to stop fixing his grief. She had given him permission to embroider it, to let it be part of the design. Marcus stood up. He felt lighter. The crushing weight of the order he'd carried for 3 years seemed to lift. He clapped his hands. The sound was sharp. The side door opened instantly. The chamberlain entered, looking concerned. "My lord?" Marcus pointed to the carpet. "Do not send this to the treasury," Marcus commanded. His voice was steady, but there was a new resonance in it, a warmth that hadn't been there before. "Where shall I have it placed, sir? The floor of your private chambers?" "No," Marcus said. "Not the floor." He walked over to the carpet and picked up one edge, feeling the texture of the French knots against his thumb. "Hang it on the wall," Marcus said. "In the library, opposite my desk, where the morning light hits it." The Chamberlain blinked, surprised. "On the wall, sir? But it is a rug, and it is flawed." Marcus smiled. It was a genuine smile, small and sad, but real. "It is not a rug, old friend. It is a map, and it is not flawed." He looked at the crimson heart of the pomegranate. "It is mended." He turned and walked toward his private quarters. He walked slowly, no longer marching. "And send a message to the kitchen," Marcus added over his shoulder. "I am hungry. Bring me a pomegranate." The Chamberlain bowed low as the governor exited. The room was empty again. But on the floor, the carpet lay waiting to be lifted up. The crimson thread had done its work. It had paid a debt of money for a prisoner, and it had paid a debt of guilt for a governor. The weaver had made a mistake, but the master had made a miracle. Lydia stepped out of the iron gate of the palace and back into the chaotic sprawl of Damascus. The sun was dipping lower, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and burnt orange. To the casual observer, the city was the same as it had been that morning. The beggars still sat by the walls, the merchants still shouted their wares, and the dust still coated everything in a fine grey powder. But to Lydia, the city had been reinvented. Every building, every face, every stone looked sharper, brighter, as if a veil had been lifted from her eyes. She gripped the leather pouch of coins in her left hand and the scroll of release in her right. They were her sword and shield. She did not walk, she flew. Her fatigue was gone. The hunger that had gnawed at her belly for days was forgotten. She moved through the crowd with a fluidity that bordered on aggressive. She wove between donkey carts and pushed past slow-moving pedestrians. "Make way," she whispered under her breath. "Make way for the wife of Elias." She retraced the path she had taken so many nights ago, the night she had visited the drain grate. But this time, she did not hug the shadows. She walked down the centre of the street. The citadel loomed ahead. It was a monstrosity of heavy stone, a dark stain against the sunset. For 40 days, it had been a dragon that had swallowed her husband. It had seemed invincible, immovable, an eternal fact of her existence. But today, looking at its high walls and barred windows, Lydia realised something. It was just a building. It was just a pile of rocks held together by mortar. It was not a god. It was a structure made by men, and it could be opened by men. She reached the main gate of the prison. 2 guards stood there, leaning on their spears, bored and sweating in their leather armour. They were accustomed to weeping women. They were accustomed to pleas, bribes, and curses. They watched Lydia approach with indifferent eyes, expecting the usual performance of grief. Lydia stopped before them. She did not kneel. She did not beg. She held up the scroll. The red wax seal of the governor caught the last rays of the sun, gleaming like a drop of fresh blood. "I'm here for the prisoner Elias," she said. Her voice was steady, resonant. "I hold the writ of release." The guards straightened up. Indifference vanished, replaced by wariness. They knew that seal. That seal meant Rome. That seal meant power. One of the guards took the scroll. He broke the seal with a sharp crack and unrolled the parchment. His lips moved silently as he read the Latin script. He looked up at Lydia, then back at the scroll, then at his partner. "It is valid," he grunted, sounding disappointed that he couldn't turn her away. "Paid in full by order of Marcus Flaminius." He handed the scroll back to her as if it were hot. "Wait here!" He turned and banged his fist against the heavy timber door. A small viewing hatch slid open. Words were exchanged, muffled, urgent. The sound of heavy iron bolts being drawn back echoed from inside. Clank, clank, screech. The sound was music. It was the most beautiful symphony Lydia had ever heard. The small pedestrian door within the main gate creaked open. A warden stepped out. He was a thick-set man with keys jingling at his belt, the chimes of captivity. "You have the fee for the turnkey?" he asked. His hand extended. Even with a governor's order, the gears of the prison needed grease. Lydia opened the leather pouch. She didn't count the coins. She grabbed a handful of silver, more than enough, and dropped them into his palm. "Take it," she said. "Just open the door." The warden's eyes widened at the silver. He nodded, gesturing for her to follow. "Come." "He's in the lower levels." Lydia stepped across the threshold. The air inside hit her instantly. It was cooler than the street, but it was a damp, sickly cold. It smelled of unwashed bodies, rotting straw, and ancient fear. It was the smell of a place where hope comes to die. They walked down a long stone corridor lit by sputtering torches. The walls were weeping with moisture. From the cells on either side came the sounds of misery, a cough, a prayer, the rattle of a chain. Lydia kept her eyes forward. She could not save them all. She had only woven one carpet. She had to focus on the one soul she had been entrusted with. They reached a spiral staircase and descended, down into the dark, down into the belly of the beast. The air grew thicker. The silence grew heavier. "Cell 14, the warden muttered, stopping in front of a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. He selected a large rusted key from his ring. He inserted it into the lock. Grind. Click. The mechanism turned stiffly, protesting its function. The warden pushed the door open. "Elias," he barked. "Get up. You're done." Lydia stepped past the warden, into the cell. It was small, barely 6 paces across. A high, barred window let in a single, grey shaft of twilight, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. In the corner, sitting on a pile of mouldy straw, was a figure. He was thinner than she remembered. His tunic was rags, his hair was matted, his beard overgrown. He sat with his head bowed, his hands resting on his knees, staring at the floor as if reading a story written in the dirt. He did not look up. He assumed it was just the guards bringing the evening slop, or perhaps coming to beat him. Lydia's heart broke and healed in the same second. "Elias," she whispered. The figure froze. Slowly. Terrifyingly slowly. He lifted his head. His eyes were sunken, shadowed by dark circles. But they were his eyes. The eyes that had looked at her in the lavender fields. The eyes that had seen her when she was invisible to the world. He squinted, blinded by the torchlight from the corridor sill, trying to reconcile the vision before him with the reality of his hell. "Lydia?" His voice was a rasp, a broken instrument. Lydia did not speak. She could not. The words were stuck in her throat, blocked by a sob that was fighting to get out. She rushed forward. She fell to her knees in the straw. She wrapped her arms around him. He was real. He was solid. He smelled of the prison. Yes, but underneath that, he smelled of himself. He smelled of the man she loved. Elias hesitated for a heartbeat, as if afraid she was a hallucination that would shatter if he touched her. Then, with a groan that sounded like a tree falling in the forest, he collapsed into her. His arms went around her, weak but desperate. He buried his face in her neck. "You came," he sobbed. "You came." "I told you," Lydia wept, holding him tighter, rocking him back and forth. "I told you I would weave a way out." The warden stood at the door, shifting his weight uncomfortable. He jingled his keys. "Let's go," he grunted. "I don't have all night." Lydia pulled back. She cupped Elias's face in her hands. She wiped the dirt from his cheek with her thumb. "Stand up, my love," she said fiercely. "The debt is paid, the door is open." Elias looked at her, then at the open door, then back at her. The realization dawned on him slowly, like the sun rising over the mountains. He tried to stand. He stumbled. His legs were weak from lack of use. Lydia caught him. She put his arm over her shoulder. She wrapped her arm around his waist. "Lean on me," she said. "I am strong enough for both of us. Together." They walked out of the cell. They walked past the warden. They walked past the iron bars. They walked up the spiral stairs, ascending from the dark toward the light. Every step was a victory. Every step was a line of poetry. They reached the main gate. The guards stepped aside. And then they stepped out. The evening air of Damascus rushed to meet them. It was warm. It was dry. It tasted of freedom. Elias stopped. He closed his eyes and took a deep, shuddering breath, filling his lungs with the air of the living. Lydia stood beside him, supporting his weight, her heart beating a new rhythm. Thwack, hiss, click. No, that was the old rhythm. The new rhythm was just two hearts, beating in the open air. Free, free, free. The walk back to the Weavers' Quarter was a pilgrimage of slow, agonizing steps. To the rest of Damascus, it was just an ordinary evening. The sun had set, and the purple twilight was deepening into the indicus of night. The stars were beginning to prick through the canopy of the sky. But for Lydia and Elias, the journey of a single mile felt like crossing the Red Sea. Elias was free, but he was not whole. The prison had taken its tithe. His legs, unused to walking more than the 3 paces of his cell, trembled violently with every step. His breath came in shallow, wheezing gasps, his lungs struggling to process the clean, dry air after weeks of breathing damp mould. He leaned heavily on Lydia. His arm was draped over her shoulders, his weight a substantial burden that she bore with the stoic strength of a caryatid holding up a temple roof. "Slowly," she whispered, adjusting her grip on his waist. "We're in no rush. The world is not going anywhere." The sensory overload was assaulting him. The noise of a passing cart made him flinch. The sudden bark of a stray dog made him stumble. His eyes, accustomed to the perpetual gloom of the dungeon, watered in the dim light of the street lamps. Lydia became his shield. She steered him away from the bustling main thoroughfares, guiding him through the quiet, narrow alleyways where the shadows were soft and the noise was muffled. They passed the house of the baker. The smell of yeast and wood smoke drifted out. Elias stopped, his nose twitching. A look of such raw, primal hunger crossed his face that Lydia had to look away to keep from weeping. "Soon," she promised. "We have bread at home, and oil, and wine." "Home," Elias repeated. The word sounded foreign in his mouth, like a concept from a forgotten language. They continued. Neighbours were beginning to light their lamps. A door opened, and the woman stepped out to throw water into the street. She looked up and saw them, the weaver woman supporting the broken man. She did not call out. She did not ask questions. In the poor quarters, people knew when to offer the dignity of silence. She simply nodded to Lydia, a small, fierce gesture of respect, and stepped back inside. Finally, they reached their door. It was just a slab of weathered wood on leather hinges, but to Lydia, it looked like the gates of paradise. She fumbled for the latch with her free hand. Click! The door swung open. They stepped across the threshold. The room was dark. The air inside was still and cool. It smelled of them, of wool, of dried herbs, of the wax of the loom. Lydia helped Elias to the low mat in the corner, the same mat where she had slept alone for 40 nights. He sank onto it with a groan of pure, unadulterated relief. The tension that had held his body rigid for weeks finally snapped. He slumped against the wall, his eyes closing, his hands falling open in his lap. Lydia did not sit. There was one more ritual to perform, one more barrier to break. He was covered in the filth of the prison. The grime on his skin was not just dirt, it was the physical manifestation of his captivity. It was the shame of the cage. "Rest," she said softly. "I will make you clean." She moved with efficient grace. She lit the lamp, the same lamp that had illuminated the ruin and the resurrection of the carpet. She went to the courtyard and filled the copper basin with water. She stoked the small fire to warm it. She brought the steaming basin into the room and set it on the floor beside him. She brought a clean cloth and a bar of olive soap. Elias watched her through half-open eyes. He looked like a child, vulnerable, exhausted, and trusting. Lydia knelt. She reached out and untied the sandals from his feet. They were worn thin, the leather cracked. She set them aside. She dipped the cloth into the warm water. She lathered it with soap until it smelled of sharp, green olives. She began to wash his feet. It was a slow, deliberate act. She scrubbed away the mud of the prison floor. She washed the sores on his ankles where the irons had rubbed. She washed the soles that had paced the stone cell in the dark. The water in the basin turned dark, taking the stain of the prison into itself. Elias hissed when the warm cloth touched a raw patch of skin. But then he sighed. His shoulders dropped another inch. "I dreamed of this," he whispered. His voice was clearer now, less rasping. "I dreamed of water that wasn't cold." Lydia moved up. She washed his hands, the large, capable hands that used to shear sheep, now thin and trembling. She washed his arms, tracing the lines of his veins. She washed his face. She was gentle around his eyes, wiping away the grime that had settled in the hollows. She cleaned his beard. With every stroke of the cloth, she was reclaiming him. She was washing away the prisoner and revealing the husband. She was baptizing him back into the land of the living. "You are here," she murmured, rinsing the cloth. "You are safe. You are home." She helped him strip off the rags of his prison tunic, garments that smelled of despair, and put them in a pile by the door to be burned. She brought him a clean tunic, one of his old ones that she'd kept folded in the chest. It smelled of lavender. He put it on. It hung loose on his frame, a testament to how much of him the prison had eaten, but it was clean. Lydia sat back on her heels. Her own hands were wet and soapy. The room was quiet. The lamp flickered. Elias looked around the room. His eyes adjusted to the light. He looked at the familiar walls. He looked at the table. Then his gaze landed on the loom. It stood in the centre of the room, stark and empty. The warp threads had been cut. The great work was gone. He frowned, a slow confusion dawning on his face. He looked at the floor where the finished carpet should have been piled. He looked at the empty corner where they usually kept finished goods. He looked at Lydia. He saw her worn face. He saw the red stains that still lingered faintly on her cuticles. He saw the bruises of fatigue under her eyes. He put the pieces together. The release order. The seal of the governor. The empty loom. "Lydia," he said. His voice was thick with emotion. "Where is it?" Lydia froze. She had been so focused on his body. She had forgotten about the cost. "Where is the carpet?" he asked again. "The white one? The masterpiece?" Lydia looked at her empty hands. She looked at the empty loom. "It is gone, Elias," she said softly. "Gone?" He leaned forward, panic flickering in his eyes. "Did Simon take it? Did he force you?" "No," Lydia said. She reached out and took his clean hand in hers. "I gave it to the governor. It was the price of the key." Elias stared at her. "But it wasn't finished. When you visited me, you said the centre was empty. You said you had weeks of work left." Lydia smiled. It was a tired, secretive smile. "I finished it," she said, "in my own way. But the debt..." Elias shook his head, trying to do the math of the poor. "The debt was enormous, Lydia. A simple carpet, even a perfect one, could not pay the principal. It would barely cover the interest." He squeezed her hand, his grip weak but urgent. "What did you do? What did you sell?" He was afraid. He was afraid she had sold herself. He was afraid she had promised away their future. Lydia looked him in the eye. "I sold a mistake," she whispered. "And I sold a garden." She stood up. She went to the table and brought him a cup of cool water and a piece of bread dipped in oil. "Eat," she commanded gently. Rest now. The story is long, and you are tired. Tomorrow I will tell you about the crimson thread." Elias looked at her. He saw the change in her. The woman who had sent him to prison was a wife. The woman who brought him home was a warrior. He took the bread. He ate. And for the first time in 40 nights, under the roof of his own house, with the scent of lavender and soap in the air, Elias closed his eyes and slept without fear. Lydia blew out the lamp. The room was dark. The loom was empty. But the house was full. The morning after a miracle is often strangely quiet. Lydia woke to a sound she had not heard in 40 days, the sound of another person breathing. It was a rhythmic, rasping inhale-exhale, slightly congested from the dungeon dust, but steady. It was the sound of life. She lay still for a long time, staring at the ceiling beams. The sun was up, painting stripes of pale yellow across the clay walls. Usually, by this hour, her shuttle would be flying, her mind racing with thread counts and debt calculations. But today, there was nothing to count. The debt was 0, the carpet was gone, the loom was empty. She felt a strange sensation in her chest. It wasn't joy, not exactly. It was a hollow, echoing lightness. It was the feeling of a soldier who has carried a heavy shield for so long that when he finally puts it down, he feels as if he might float away into the sky. She turned her head. Elias was still asleep on the mat beside her. In the daylight, he looked older. The prison had carved new lines into his face, deep grooves of suffering around his mouth and eyes. His hair was greying at the temples. He was thin, his collarbones sharp ridges under the skin. But he was here. He was not a memory. Lydia rose quietly. She did not want to wake him. Sleep was the only medicine that could knit his frayed nerves back together. She walked to the centre of the room. She stood before the loom. It looked like the skeleton of a great beast. The warp threads were cut, dangling uselessly from the top beam. The bench was empty. The floor around it was swept clean of wool scraps. But there was one thing she could not sweep away. The stain on the floor. The dark, rusty red shadow where the madder jar had spilled. It had soaked into the packed earth, a permanent tattoo on the skin of their home. Lydia stared at it. It was ugly. It was a scar. But looking at it now, she felt a fierce affection for it. That stain was the birthplace of their freedom. "Lydia?" The voice was rough, like gravel shifting. She turned. Elias was awake. He was propped up on one elbow, blinking in the sunlight. He looked at her, then at the empty loom, then at the strange red mark on the floor. He sat up slowly, wincing as his stiff joints protested. He swung his legs over the edge of the mat. "The room feels big," he said softly. "It is empty," Lydia agreed. Elias stood up. He walked unsteadily toward her. He stopped at the loom. He ran his hand over the smooth wood of the breastbeam, where Lydia's forehead had rested the night she fell asleep. "You said you sold a mistake," Elias said, his eyes searching hers. "Last night, you said you sold a garden." He looked down at the floor. He saw the red stain. He crouched down and touched the earth. It was still stained deep crimson. "What happened here, Lydia?" Lydia sat down on the weaving bench. She folded her hands in her lap, those hands that had worked the miracle. "I failed, Elias," she said. Elias looked up, confused. "Failed? I wanted to weave a perfect offering. I wanted it to be white as snow. I worked until I couldn't see straight. And then I fell asleep." She told him the story. She told him about the exhaustion, the crash, the jar tipping over in the dark, the horror of waking up to a murdered masterpiece. She told him about the scrubbing, the lye soap, the ruin of the texture. Elias listened, his eyes wide. He knew the cost of materials. He knew the unforgiving nature of dye. As she spoke, he visualized the disaster. He saw the hope evaporating. I was going to cut it out, Lydia confessed. I held the shears in my hand. I was going to throw it away. But you didn't, Elias whispered. No. I remembered the lavender fields. I remembered what you said about honesty. She told him about the dream, the pomegranate falling from the winter tree, the beauty of the split skin. I picked up a needle. Elias. I didn't weave over it. I embroidered into it. I turned the stain into a fruit. I turned the mess into seeds. She described the gold thread. The green vines crawling out of the wound, the way the light caught the texture. When I unrolled it for the governor, she said, her voice dropping to a hush, I was terrified. I thought he would see a rag. And what did he see? Ellis asked. He saw art, Lydia said. He knelt on the floor. Ellis, the governor of Damascus, knelt on the floor and touched the wound in the wool. Ellis stayed crouching on the floor for a long moment. He traced the outline of the spill on the earth, the shadow of the pomegranate. He looked at the empty loom. He imagined the white carpet with the bleeding heart. Tears filled his eyes. Not tears of sadness, but tears of awe. You wove the gospel, he whispered. I wove a carpet, Lydia corrected gently. No. Elias stood up. He walked to her and took her hands. He turned them over, looking at the calluses, the needle pricks, the faint red stains. You took the worst thing that happened, the accident, the ruin, and you made it the centre of the beauty. That is not just weaving, Lydia. That is redemption. He kissed her palms. I sat in the dark for 40 days, he said, his voice trembling. I thought God had forgotten me. I thought my life was a ruin. I thought I was just a broken vessel, useless to everyone. He looked at her with a fierce intensity. But if you can make a masterpiece out of a spilled jar, then maybe he can make something out of a broken man. Lydia reached up and touched his face. The lines of pain were still there. The shadow of the prison was still in his eyes. He was not the young man on the hill anymore. He was scarred. He already has, Lydia said. The vines grew out of the wound. Elias, we will grow out of this too. They stood there in the quiet room, holding each other. The empty loom stood witness. The carpet was gone. It was hanging on a wall in a palace, a testament to their struggle. But the real masterpiece was not the wool. The real masterpiece was the love that had survived the fire. What do we do now? Ellis asked, and looking around the empty workshop. We have no wool, we have no orders. Lydia looked at the pouch of coins sitting on the table, the surplus from the governor. It was enough to buy a vineyard. It was enough to buy a flock of sheep. It was enough to rest for a year. But she looked at the loom. We rest, she said. For today, we rest. We eat bread. We watch the sun move across the floor. She smiled. And tomorrow we buy new wool. But this time, Elias. This time we weave together. High on the wall of the governor's private library, the carpet hung like a tapestry of war. The room was a sanctuary of silence, lined with scrolls of papyrus and tablets of wax. Busts of Stoic philosophers, Seneca, Zeno, Cicero, stared blindly from their pedestals. It was a room dedicated to logic, to law, and to the relentless Roman pursuit of order. But the carpet disrupted everything. It dominated the eastern wall. In the morning, when the sun pierced the clerestory windows, the light hit the centre of the wool. The gold knots of the pomegranate seeds ignited. The crimson stain seemed to pulse. The wild green vines looked as though they were creeping off the fabric and onto the cold stone of the palace. It was the most un-Roman thing in the entire province. Marcus Flaminius sat at his desk. He was not wearing his toga. He was in his tunic, working through a stack of administrative dispatches from Rome. Taxes raised in Galilee, a minor uprising in Judea, a request for more timber. He paused, his stylus hovering over a tablet. He looked up at the carpet. For 3 weeks, it had hung there. And for 3 weeks, Marcus had found himself staring at it whenever the weight of the empire felt too heavy to bear. There was a knock at the heavy oak door. "Enter," Marcus called, his voice weary. The door opened, and General Valerius strode in. Valerius was the commander of the Syrian legions, a man made of gristle and iron. He wore his armour even indoors, the leather creaking with every step. He was a man who believed that the only good line was a straight line, and the only good peace was a quiet one. "Governor," Valerius barked, offering a sharp salute. "The reports from the border patrols." He marched to the desk and slapped a scroll down on the wood. He was efficient. He was brutal. He was exactly who Marcus used to be. Marcus took the scroll. "Thank you. Valerius, sit. Have some wine." Valerius remained standing. "I prefer to stand, sir." Of course he did. Softness was the enemy. Valerius looked around the room, his eyes scanning for threats or irregularities. His gaze swept over the busts, the shelves, and then landed on the eastern wall. He stopped, his brow furrowed. He walked closer to the carpet. He squinted at the centre. "What is this?" Valerius asked, his tone bordering on offended. "It is a new acquisition," Marcus said calmly. Valerius reached out but didn't touch it. He pointed a thick, calloused finger at the red blotch. "It is damaged," he stated. "There is a stain, a spill of some kind." He looked back at Marcus. "Did the merchant swindle you, Governor? I can have him flogged." To Valerius, a stain was an error. An error was a weakness, and weakness must be punished. Marcus leaned back in his chair. He watched his general. He saw the rigidity in the man's shoulders, the tightness in his jaw. He saw a man who was terrified of making a mistake. "It is not a swindle, Valerius," Marcus said. "I paid 5 times the market price for it." Valerius looked at him as if he'd gone mad. 5 times? For a ruined rug? With respect, sir, have you been in the sun too long? It is asymmetrical. It is messy. "Yes," Marcus agreed. "It is messy." He stood up and walked over to stand beside the general. "Tell me." "Valerius," Marcus said quietly. "How is your leg?" Valerius stiffened. "It is fine, sir." "It is not fine," Marcus said gently. "I see you limping when the weather turns cold. I know you took a spear through the thigh at the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest. I know it pains you every day." Valerius set his jaw. "It does not impede my duty. I do not complain." "No, you do not," Marcus said. "You hide it. You wrap it in armour. You pretend it isn't there because you think it makes you less of a soldier." He pointed to the pomegranate on the wall. This carpet was woven by a woman who made a mistake. A terrible mistake that ruined months of work. She could have thrown it away. She could have hidden it. Marcus traced the gold thread with his eyes. Instead, she made it the centre of the story. She took the wound and she filled it with gold. He looked at Valerius. "Do you see the seeds, General? Do you see how they shine because of the darkness behind them?" Valerius stared at the carpet. He looked at the chaotic, organic shape of the burst fruit. It was disturbing to him. It felt raw. "It is unusual," Valerius muttered. "It is honest," Marcus corrected. "Rome teaches us to be marble. Smooth, white, perfect. But we are not marble. Valerius, we are men. We bleed. We break. And if we hide our breaks, they fester. But if we own them, if we let them be part of the pattern, they can become something else." He turned to look the general in the eye. "They can become wisdom." Valerius looked at the governor. He had served Marcus for years. He had known him as a hard, distant man. But today, the man standing before him seemed different. He seemed softer, yet somehow stronger. Valerius looked back at the carpet. He looked at the red stain. For a moment, the general's hand twitched toward his own thigh, toward the old scar hidden beneath the leather armour. "Wisdom," Valerius repeated, testing the word. "Go, Valerius," Marcus said softly. "Rest your leg. The border can wait until tomorrow." Valerius hesitated. It was against protocol. It was against discipline. But he looked at the carpet one last time. He saw the vine growing out of the ruin. "Thank you, Governor," he said. His voice was quieter than before. He saluted, but it wasn't the sharp, snapping salute of a machine. It was slower, more human. He turned and walked out. And Marcus noticed that, for the first time, the general allowed himself to limp, just a little. The door closed. Marcus was alone again with the carpet. He walked back to his desk. He looked at the scroll regarding the minor uprising in Judea. The standard Roman response would be to send a cohort. Crush it, burn the village, restore order, scrub the stain out with lion fire. Marcus picked up his stylus. He looked at the pomegranate. He thought of the seeds. He thought of the juice spilling out, sweet and abundant. He wrote a new order. Send an envoy. Bring grain. Listen to their grievances. Offer a seat at the table. It was a risk. It was un-Roman. But Marcus Flaminius was no longer weaving a white carpet. He was embroidering a new design. He blew on the wax to cool it. He looked up at the wall. "Thank you, Lydia," he whispered. The carpet did not answer. It simply hung there, catching the light, holding the space for the broken things of the world to be beautiful. The recovery of a human soul is not a straight line. It is like the warping of a loom, back and forth, tension and release, until the foundation is strong enough to hold the pattern. 3 days had passed since the return from the prison. Elias was healing. The colour was returning to his face, replacing the prison grey with the tawny bronze of the sun. He ate with an appetite that delighted and terrified Lydia, consuming bread, olives, and figs as if his body were a dry sponge soaking up rain. But the biggest change was in his hands. For the first 2 days, his hands had shaken. The tremors of the cell, the phantom vibration of the chains, had lingered. He would reach for a cup and miss. He would try to tie his sandal and fumble. But this morning, the third morning, Lydia watched him carve a piece of wood for a new shuttle. The knife moved with steady, fluid precision. The wood curled away in thin, perfect ribbons. The master craftsman was waking up. "It is time," Lydia said. She was standing by the door, the leather pouch of coins in her hand. Elias looked up. He saw the pouch. He saw the light in her eyes. He didn't ask what it was time for. He wiped the wood shavings from his lap and stood up. "Yes," he said. "It is." They walked to the market together. It was a different walk than the one Lydia had taken alone so many times. She was not hurrying with her head down, hiding her face. She walked with her arm linked through Elias's. She walked slowly, matching his pace, but her head was high. They bypassed the stalls of the grain merchants. They bypassed the fishmongers. They went straight to the street of the dyers. This was a place of sensory violence. The air hung heavy with the smell of mordants, alum, iron, urine, and the rich, organic stench of boiling vats. Skeins of wet wool hung from overhead poles like colourful stalactites, saffron yellow, indigo blue, Tyrian purple, and yes, the deep, earthy red of the madder root. Lydia stopped in front of the stall of old Hiram, the merchant who had sold her the wool for the carpet of tears. Hiram was dozing on a stool. He opened one eye, saw them, and blinked. He remembered the desperate woman. He remembered the debt. He expected to see ghosts. Instead, he saw a couple who looked like they had just bought the sunrise. "Hiram," Elias said, his voice deep and resonant. "We need wool." Hiram sat up straight. "Elias? They said you were..." "I was," Elias smiled. "But now I am here, and the loom is empty." Hiram scrambled to his feet. "What do you need? I have some second-rate cuttings in the back. Very cheap." Lydia stepped forward. She opened the leather pouch. The silver coins clinked, a sound of pure capability. "No, Hiram," she said. "We do not want the cuttings. We want the prime fleece. We want the wool from the high pastures of Hermon. We want the silk from the east." Hiram's jaw dropped. He looked at the silver. He looked at Lydia. "The governor pays well for honest work," Lydia said simply. For the next hour, they shopped not as beggars, but as artists. It was an intoxicating freedom. For years, every purchase had been a calculation of survival. Can we afford this? If we buy the blue, we cannot eat meat. Now, the question was not, can we, but should we? They touched everything. Elias buried his hands in a pile of raw, unspun wool. This, he said, closing his eyes. Feel the lanolin, Lydia. It is alive. It will spin into a thread strong enough to hold a house together. Lydia found a skein of silk dyed the colour of the evening sky, a shifting, iridescent blue. And this, she said, for the light. They bought indigo. They bought walnut husks for brown. They bought weld for yellow. And then they stood before the madder root, the jar of red dye, the cause of the disaster, the colour of the wound. Elias looked at it. He looked at Lydia. There was a moment of hesitation. Would they invite the colour of pain back into their house? Elias reached out and picked up a skein of the deep crimson wool. We take it, he said firmly. Are you sure? Lydia asked. Red is the colour of blood, Elias said. But it is also the colour of the heart. We cannot paint the world without it. They bought the red. They walked home laden with bundles. They looked like a caravan of two. Their arms were full of potential. Back in the room, the transformation began. The loom, which had stood like a skeleton, was about to be fleshed out. Warping a loom is a two-person job. One person holds the tension at the back, while the other threads the yarn through the heddles and the reed. It is a dance of coordination. If one pulls too tight, the thread breaks. If one is too loose, the weave is sloppy. For years, Lydia had done it alone, using heavy weights to hold the tension. It was slow and exhausting. But today, Elias stood at the back of the loom. Ready? He called out. Ready. Lydia answered from the front. He fed the clean, strong white warp threads over the back beam. Lydia caught them. Pass, catch, thread, pass, catch, thread. They worked in a rhythm that transcended words. It was the muscle memory of marriage. They anticipated each other's movements. When Elias sensed a tangle, he slowed down. When Lydia needed more slack, he gave it before she asked. The loom began to sing. The tension on the beams creaked, a sound of readiness. By late afternoon, the loom was dressed. Hundreds of vertical strings stretched taut, a blank canvas of infinite possibility. They sat down on the bench together. It was a tight squeeze, but they didn't mind. What are we making? Elias asked. Lydia looked at the pile of expensive, colourful wools on the floor. Not a commission, she said. We have no master today. No, Elias agreed. No deadline. No governor. No Simon. He picked up the new shuttle he'd carved. He handed it to her. You start, he said. Lydia held the shuttle. She looked at the white expanse. She thought about weaving another geometric star. She thought about weaving a safe, traditional border. But then she looked at the silk. She looked at the red. Let's weave a river, she said suddenly. A river? Yes. A river that flows through a desert. It doesn't go in straight lines. Elias. It bends. It floods. It gives life. Elias smiled. He picked up the blue silk. A river. He nodded. And trees on the banks. Trees that bear fruit in every season. Lydia pressed the treadle. The shed opened, the gap between the threads. She threw the shuttle. Whoosh! It flew across the loom, leaving a trail of blue behind it. She pulled the beater. Thwack! The sound was solid. It was the sound of a new foundation. They were not weaving to save a life anymore. They were weaving to enjoy it. They worked until the sun went down, passing the shuttle back and forth, their hands brushing against each other in the dark. They were not just making a carpet. They were weaving the second act of their lives. And this time, there were no knots in the thread that they could not untie together. Time in Damascus is usually measured in dynasties, the Seleucids, the Romans, the Byzantines, but in the Weaver's Quarter, for a brief golden season, time was measured in the style of Lydia. A year had passed since the gates of the citadel opened. The winter rains had come and gone, washing the dust from the white limestone. The almond trees had blossomed and shed their petals like snow. The grapes had ripened, turned purple, and been crushed into wine. And in the small house at the end of the crooked street, the loom never stopped singing. But it was no longer a solo performance. The room had expanded. Elias had knocked down the wall to the storage shed, doubling the workspace. There were now 3 looms standing in a row. And there were voices. Lydia walked between the benches, her hands clasped behind her back, her posture upright and assured. She was no longer the invisible widow. She was Amma Lydia, Mother Lydia, the mistress of the workshop. Sitting at the second loom was a young girl named Tamar. She was 12 years old, with eyes wide as saucers and fingers that trembled with the anxiety of the novice. Tamar stopped weaving. She gasped, dropping her shuttle. "Amma," she whispered, her voice thick with panic. "I have missed the count." The room went silent. The other apprentice, a boy named Caleb, stopped his work to watch. In any other workshop in Damascus, a missed count meant a beating, and it meant hours of unpicking, and it meant shame. Lydia walked over to Tamar. She looked at the cloth. It was a simple tunic fabric, a field of saffron yellow. But there, in the middle of a row, was a skip, a floating thread that disrupted the smooth surface. Tamar flinched as Lydia reached out. "I will cut it out," the girl promised, reaching for her knife. "I will fix it." "Stop," Lydia said gently. She placed her hand over the girl's trembling fingers. "Look at it. Tamar, what do you see?" "I see a flaw," the girl whispered, tears welling up. "I see that I'm clumsy." Lydia smiled. It was the smile of a woman who had walked through the valley of the shadow of perfection and come out the other side. "I see a breath," Lydia said. "I see a place where the weaver took a breath. The fabric is too tight, little one. You're weaving with fear. This skip. This is the wool telling you to relax." She took the shuttle from the girl. "Do not cut it. Do not hide it. On the next row, weave a small knot of blue right above it. Turn the skip into a flower bud." Tamar stared at her. "A blue knot? In a yellow tunic? But it is not in the pattern." "The pattern is a guide," Lydia said, her voice carrying to the other apprentices. "It is not a jailer. If you make a mistake, you do not erase it. You answer it. You make it part of the conversation." Across the room, Elias looked up from his own loom and caught Lydia's eye. He winked. This was the legacy. They were not just weaving cloth, they were weaving a philosophy. They were teaching a generation of artisans that their humanity was not a liability. The Lydia style had become a phenomenon in the city. It started slowly. A few daring merchants bought the river carpet she and Elias had woven, the one with the wandering blue line. They hung it in their shops. People stopped to look. They noticed that the carpet didn't feel stiff. It felt alive. It had texture. It had surprises. Soon, the demand grew. The wealthy matrons of the Roman quarter, bored with the endless, identical geometric patterns of the factories, began to ask for the woven stories. They wanted carpets with vines that grew out of bounds. They wanted colours that clashed and sang. They paid a premium for what Simon called errors. Speaking of Simon, Lydia saw him occasionally in the market. He looked older, smaller. His factory was still churning out hundreds of rugs a month, perfect, cheap, lifeless rugs for the export trade. One afternoon, they crossed paths near the fountain. Simon stopped. He looked at Lydia's fine linen tunic. He looked at the silver bracelet on her wrist. He looked at the apprentices trailing behind her, carrying baskets of high-quality wool. He sneered, but there was no power in it anymore. It was the toothless snarl of a dog that knows it has lost the territory. "I hear you're teaching them to be sloppy," Simon spat. "I hear you tell them that a dropped stitch is art." Lydia stopped. She didn't feel anger. She didn't feel fear. She felt a mild, distant pity. "I teach them to be honest. Simon," she said calmly, "a machine can be perfect, but only a human can be interesting." "The market will correct you," Simon insisted, clutching his ledger. "Rome loves order. Eventually they will tire of your chaos." "Perhaps," Lydia said. "But until then, my apprentices sleep with full bellies. And they do not fear their looms." She walked past him. She didn't look back. He was a ghost from a previous life, a character in a chapter she'd finished writing. The real triumph, however, was not in the market. It was in the palace. Rumours drifted down from the governor's residence. The servants whispered that Marcus Flaminius had changed. They said he held court in his library now, under the gaze of a strange, bleeding carpet. They said he listened more. They said the harsh sentences of crucifixion had decreased. They said that when a petitioner came to him with a messy, complicated problem, he didn't demand a simple solution. He would look at the carpet, stare at the gold seeds in the red stain, and say, "Let us see what can grow from this." Lydia never saw Marcus again. She didn't need to. The thread connected them across the city. Her pain had become his wisdom. That evening, as the sun set over the workshop, Lydia sat on the bench outside their door. Elias came out, dusting wool fibres from his beard. He handed her a cup of wine. "Tamar finished the tunic," he said, sitting beside her. "Did she keep the blue knot?" "She did. She's proud of it. She says it looks like a star in the daylight." Lydia took a sip of wine. It was sweet and rich. She looked at her hands. They were aging at the digitrately, the veins were more prominent. The joints were stiffer, but they were content. She thought about the crimson thread. It had started as a noose, tightening around their necks. Then it became a lifeline, thrown across the abyss. Then it became a vein, carrying life back into a dead design. And now, it was a lineage. It was spinning out from her hands into Tamar, into Caleb, into the city. It was a thread that said you are allowed to break, you are allowed to heal, you are allowed to be seen. "Elias," she said softly. Do you remember the prayer I used to say? 'Lord, make my work flawless.'" Elias chuckled. "I remember. You said it every morning. I have a new prayer now." She leaned her head on his shoulder. The warmth of him was the best anchor she knew. "Lord," she whispered to the first star appearing in the sky, "make my work true." The wind blew through the olive trees, rustling the leaves. It sounded like 1,000 shuttles flying, weaving the night into the day, the dark into the light, the sorrow into the joy. The pattern was vast. The weaver was kind. And the thread held fast. Lydia and Elias are gone. They sleep now in the earth of Damascus, in graves marked by simple stones. The rains of 2,000 winters have washed away their names. The house with the 3 looms has long since crumbled, replaced by a mosque, then a market, then a road. The wool they spun has returned to the dust. The flesh that wore the tunics has returned to the dust. But a story is not made of atoms. It is made of breath. And breath does not decay. The carpet, the masterpiece of the broken heart, had its own journey. It hung in the library of Marcus Flaminius until the day he died. It is said that the governor on his deathbed asked to be positioned so he could see it. He wanted his last sight to be the gold seeds shining in the red darkness. After Marcus, the carpet passed to his daughter, then to a merchant, then to a general. It travelled to Rome. It travelled to Constantinople. It saw the rise of empires and the fall of cities. Time was cruel to it. Moths ate the white wool. Sunlight faded the indigo borders to a pale grey. The green vines grew brittle and snapped, but the centre held, the madder root dye, deep and stubborn, refused to fade. The gold thread, imperishable and defiant, continued to gleam. Centuries later, during the sacking of a great city, the carpet was finally lost. Perhaps it burned in a fire, its smoke rising as an offering. Perhaps it was cut into pieces to wrap the feet of fleeing refugees. It does not matter. The object is not the point. The object is merely the shadow of the truth. The crimson thread that Lydia wove did not start with her, and it did not end with her. It is a thread that runs through the entire tapestry of human history. It is the same scarlet cord that Rahab hung from her window in Jericho, a signal of faith in the midst of destruction. It is the same red mark painted on the doorposts in Egypt, a signal that death must pass over. It is the same crimson flow that ran down a wooden cross on a hill outside Jerusalem, the ultimate stain that became the ultimate healing. We're all weavers. We sit at the looms of our lives day after day. We try to weave perfection. We try to control the pattern. We count our knots. We fear the mistake. We fear the spill. But the jar always tips over. We all have a stain on our floor. We all have a broken relationship, a lost year, a secret shame, a grief that refuses to wash out. We try to scrub it. We try to hide it. We try to cut it out. But the great weaver whispers to us, just as he whispered to Lydia, "Do not hide it. Do not fear the break. Bring me your ruin." He is the God of the embroidery. He does not erase our history. He transforms it. He takes the scarlet of our sin and the crimson of our suffering, and he stitches into it the gold of his grace. He makes the vines grow out of the graves. He does not want our perfection. He wants our honesty. So, look at your loom today. Look at the mess you have made, or the mess that was made for you. Do not despair. Do not throw the shuttle down. Pick up the gold thread. Pick up the hope. Make a stitch. And then another. You are not weaving a tragedy. You are weaving a testimony. The loom is clicking. The sun is setting. The work is not yet done. But you're not working alone. The master is in the room. He's watching the pattern emerge. And he is smiling. Because he knows the end of the story. He knows that when the final thread is cut, and the carpet is unrolled in the audience chamber of eternity, it will not be judged by its symmetry. It will be judged by its love. And so, the loom falls silent. The shuttle is finally still. Lydia and Elias are sleeping now. The oil lamp has burned low, and the house in Damascus is wrapped in the quiet comfort of the night. Their work is done. Their debt is paid. And you, my friend, you too have woven a long day. You have carried your own burdens. You have faced your own tangled threads. Perhaps there were moments today where you felt like the jar had tipped over, where the stain seemed too dark to clean. But listen to me. You do not need to fix it tonight. Just as the weaver transformed the ruin into a garden, the night will take your weariness and turn it into rest. You don't need to hold the tension of the warp anymore. Let it go. Release the shuttle from your hand. Unclench your jaw. Lower your shoulders. Whatever mistakes were made, whatever knots were tied, they are part of the pattern now. And they are held by a love much larger than your own understanding. The crimson thread holds you safe. So, close your eyes, traveller. The gate is open. The air is cool. You are free to rest. Drift away from the noise of the market. Drift away from the demands of the governor. Sleep now. Good night.